restoring trust in the American health insurance system, requiring transparency in prices and justifying claim denials, disclosing what premium dollars are actually spent on, and holding middlemen accountable for shady kickbacks, and simply having you all communicate to patients in just plain English what they are paying for insurance, why and what coverage they get rather than hiding important details in the fine print. This mirrors and builds on what efforts Republicans in Congress have taken to lower cost and increase transparency for patients. This is a yes or no question for each of you. Will you commit to supporting legislation that supports the president's calls to truly bring transparency to health insurance, will crack down on fraudulent enrollments, and holds insurers accountable for their excessive prior authorization and care denials? Mr. Hemsley.
Chairman, we applaud the president's interest in this and focus. The ideas put forward could be part of meaningful change and solutions. We are aligned with the themes of those on transparency, accountability, addressing costs and improving the system. So we'd be supportive of that as part of a broad-based, bipartisan solution to move forward in healthcare.
Mr. Joyner.
Yeah, we share the president's and this committee's goal in reducing healthcare, simplifying it, using plain English in which to interact with the patients. So yes, we are very much aligned with this committee as well as with the president.
Ms. Boudreau.
Chairman, we support transparency. We also support many of the tenets of the president's policies. We encourage us to make sure transparency is also available through hospitals, and we have a priority across our company to simplify patients' ability to understand their coverage as well as the costs.
Mr. Cordani.
We support improving transparency, expanding choice, and aligning incentives. So yes.
Perfect. Mr. Markovich.
Mr. Chair, I support all the principles that you outlined, and I particularly want to point out that in my opening statement, I referred to kickbacks as an issue.
I did. I appreciate your testimony, Mr. Markovich, and your frankness. So clearly, we aren't all doing everything that's possible to lower cost and cost for patients and take accountability. And so by saying that you would support this reform, you clearly are admitting that there's a problem. We all know there's a problem. That's why we're here. It's a shame it's taken a congressional testimony for you all to commit to putting patients over profits. But we can do better. And we have to do better for the American taxpayer, the American individual who is just trying to get by to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars. I recognize the ranking member.
Thanks, Chairman. Thank you. So since you raised the issue, Mr. Markovich, I want to give you some numbers. In Massachusetts, 98% of the adults in Massachusetts have health insurance. 99.5% of the children in Massachusetts have health insurance, and 99.7% of the seniors in Massachusetts have health insurance. So why did that happen? It happened because of a Republican governor, a Democratic congressional delegation, a Democratic legislature, the Chamber of Commerce, and the AFL-CIO, who got together and said, we've got to do something about the cost of health insurance. And by the way, what I've just described, polls in the 70s in terms of satisfaction, because we decided to work together, not to ridicule, not to scorn, not to mock, but to make it work for the American people and the residents of Massachusetts for sure. So I want to ask Ms. Young a question. You're here telling a pretty compelling story. It's becoming all too common for working Americans across our great country. You're a small business owner, breast cancer survivor, and someone who is struggling, as you noted, with rising healthcare costs. And thank you for mentioning part of the glue that held the ACA together. We ended pre-existing condition. as part of the negotiation. How about keeping 26-year-olds on their parents' health insurance, which was a major issue for Americans across our country? Your testimony detailing the out-of-pocket cost increases that you're facing, shifting to high deductible plans because our Republican colleagues refuse to extend these enhanced credits. You now have to pay $7,500 out of pocket plus premiums before insurance starts to cover your care. Almost 40% of the Americans in our collective family don't have $400 in their bank account for an emergency, and they're struggling to pay their bills every day while facing these rising costs and then trying to save for retirement. So the question, what does this cost increase mean for you that you now have to pay insurance premiums and $7,500 of cost before your insurance starts paying for care? Because you now have to pay for more health care. How does that affect your other financial considerations, like that important matter of saving for retirement?
It affects them greatly because obviously as a small business owner, I have to save for my own retirement. And you start to weigh, do I pay for more health insurance or do I pay for retirement? Either way, I've got to make sure that I can take care of myself. And so I'm able to do both by having a higher deductible and out-of-pocket expenses, but it's just a tough choice. You start to think about the quality of food that you're going to get because something has to get cut. Unfortunately, when you start to think, can I have the same quality of food? It's a bad day. It's a bad situation.
I can safely assume you're in favor of extending the Affordable Care credits.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank our witnesses for being here today. The U.S. is spending more, and we touched on this, more dollars on health care, and we're getting sicker as a nation. So numbers and things I've looked at, we're on a list of 66 and crazy different lists. So I just want to mention, in fact, CMS reported last week that we spent $5.3 trillion. We touched base on a 7% increase. Our expensive healthcare system is reacting to illness instead of prevention. And that's kind of where I come from. I really do believe that we've got to prevent things before they start. They said 95%, pick a number, of cancers, if you're caught in the early stages, you don't get into the terrible expense and all the things that go along with it. Our incentive system is backwards. I was in business for 30 years before I got here, and one of the most critical things you could do is set up the right pay plan with your employees and everybody else. That right pay plan should be making people healthier, and so you don't want to have benefits because someone's diseased and they come in more often. You want them healthy and go out. So we got to set up the proper incentive. Our incentive systems are backward. Fee for service is set up to pay the number of services provided, not the outcomes and the value to the patient. Premiums, out-of-pocket expenses have risen incredibly in businesses. As I mentioned, I was in business for 30 years, had my last company, 1,000 employees. And I can tell you one thing, setting up the right pay plan, as I mentioned earlier, is really critical to that. But in doing a round table with about 30 of our smaller businesses in our community, I wanted to see where everybody were at on various issues, because I also, at the time, this is a while back, chaired the chamber. And I got to tell you, it was unbelievable in that room out of 30 people, how many had little or no insurance because they couldn't afford it. One couple told me they were paying $3,000 a month. They own an Italian restaurant, $36,000 a year. How do those numbers work? So business, especially small business, we need to do more. It's just got too expensive. We must do better for the taxpayer, and the best way to bend the cost on the curve, in my mind, is affordability, is trying to get down where it's reasonable. But one of the things I've always talked to people about, we got to encourage people in education, other things, to be the CEO of their own healthcare. That's really critical, because you can't, I always tell my friends or people, if they're open-minded, not everybody's open-minded, get a physical every year in January. Start the year off right and figure out where you're at, make some tweaks and adjustment, but we've got to get into prevention. I heard a lot of different discussion, but to me, at the end of the day, it costs you, you know, you hear people getting cancer in their 40s and 50s and 60s. A lot of that, again, is preventable. So with that, let me just ask Mr. Joyner, your thought. One of the things we were talking about is affordability. What's your thoughts on that? What were you suggesting? What can we do more to make everything more affordable?
So, Congressman, I have 100% aligned with the way you think about the healthcare challenges today. The health status of our population is not great. So the prevalence rates of heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and certainly the oncology cases that you mentioned, many of these are preventable. So we are very much focused
Someone
on.
I'll just mention quickly told me that 50% of people have their first heart attack, never see the next day. I walked out of that room and I thought to myself, this is a while back, I thought to myself, you know, that I want to be on that side of it, and that's what got me into the physical. But go ahead.
Yeah, so we have a prevention problem and wellness problem, but we also have an engagement problem. We have to get the population to engage in their health. So that's where you structure incentives, and you also use technology to help the member and or the patients access their health.
How can you get your patients more engaged, or have you had luck doing that? Have you had luck doing that? Because that's really critical. Get them to buy in. Not everybody it will, but there will be some that might.
So we launched a new digital app over the last year, and we believe that it is one turnkey solution that allows them to now manage all their health in one spot. The challenge
Let me mention,
today.
I only got about 25 seconds. Let me mention also, we're promoting the idea of real food. A lot of this food is highly processed. There's no nutritional value. We've got to do everything we can for our kids. Kids today, they're claiming the obesity or whatever is at 20%, where maybe used to be 3 or 4%. So we've got to do more in that space as well. So what's your thoughts on that?
I think it's the whole health. So I think it is food and nutrition. I think it's diet and exercise. I think it's.
Well, what are you doing about it with your patients?
So today we want to align with the provider. So we set up a structured relationship so that the providers share in the outcomes. This is part of what we were talking about in terms of value-based care. But ultimately, it's when everybody on the care team is working towards the same common outcome, which is improving the health status of the patients, helping them navigate and deal with the complexity of the healthcare system. And we've actually made a difference. You know, the companies and the businesses that we run and operate, we've actually been able to lower cost and improve the overall quality of healthcare for those individuals.
Thank you. Appreciate it. My time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Just as there's no miracle drug to cure every ailment, there is not a panacea to high healthcare costs. You're part of the challenge of addressing that, but hardly all of it, and how we end a system that costs Americans 2 to 4 times more than people in other developed countries for their health care, and yet we end up sicker with higher rates of obesity and chronic disease. I say that you're only a part of the challenge because while there's much talk of fraud, fraudsters take advantage of an inefficient system and lax oversight by the Trump regime. More concerned with yelling fraud, as we have heard repeatedly here and on the floor of Congress, the regime and their enablers have been using fraud as an excuse for a cruel agenda of cutting access to health care for millions of Americans and blaming insurers. In blocking the affordability credits, Republicans pointed to a recent GAO study on fraud, ignoring the fact that the fraud which was reported was documented as committed by hundreds of insurance brokers, not a mother out there seeking care for her sick child. Yet it is the child that suffers when this GOP agenda of yelling fraud really means replacing Obamacare with nothing care. I renew the challenge that I have made here and in the Budget Committee that if these Republicans are the least bit interested in preventing fraud, look beyond these insurance executives. Instead, get in a witness from the administration, which you have feared to provide in public session, like Dr. Oz, who can explain perhaps why the Trump regime reinstated 850 insurance brokers that had been suspended for wrongdoing last fall by the Biden administration. Let's hear whether CMS has issued a single civil monetary penalty for fraud, whether they are holding insurance brokers accountable in any way. While Trump won't offer a penny of help to families struggling with marketplace premium hikes, he continues to pardon healthcare fraudsters and deny their victims restitution. It's essential that the Senate pass our Democratic bill to restore the tax credits And the claim that he has some great healthcare plan is as phony as the dimensions of his plan over the last decade or so. This is simply a plan to shift money to insurers from one account to another. Claims he can give the money directly to the consumers. But a company like United, Mr. Helmsley, is not limited to Obamacare policies. You have high deductible plans that you sell with health savings accounts. You have certainly Medicare Advantage plans, as many of you have, which I understand is perhaps the most profitable sector. And taking the money out of affordable healthcare credits and shifting it there is not going to change the status necessarily of insurance companies, but it will certainly hurt consumers. And if you want a real example of waste and abuse, I think it is forcing Americans to pay for Medicare Advantage premiums for military veterans with the Veterans Administration actually providing the medical care. Yet the VA is prohibited by law from collecting a penny from any of your companies. That's a great business. An insurer collects the premiums, but the VA at taxpayer expense provides the care. Unfortunately, my bill to put a stop to this nonsense, like other anti-fraud bills I've filed in this committee, cannot even secure a hearing. Mr. Helmsley, on a more constructive note, I would ask you one very narrow question about a distinguished surgeon in my community of Austin. Dr. Elizabeth Potter and the Red Bud Surgery Center are located there in Austin. She's been unable to obtain in-network status with United Health. She spends hours negotiating authorization to perform surgery at nearby hospitals, which lack the level of equipment and safety that she could provide at a fraction of the cost of the hospital. I know you have many responsibilities. I would simply ask you to commit to personally investigate this situation, give you your folks the name and address, and engage in good faith negotiations and report back whether this matter can be resolved.
We will do that, Representative.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all of you.
Mr.
I would ask, Mr. Chairman, unanimous consent to put into the record my request to Dr. Oz to answer these questions about the fraudsters, which he's been unable to answer for months.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly thank you to our witnesses for voluntarily appearing here today. I think we're having conversations that need to be had, and I hope that we can work together for constructive solutions, that we can share thoughtful ideas, that we can recognize that I think everyone on this dais wants our country to do better by the people as it relates to healthcare. There are, I don't have to tell you, there are glaring problems that we face. Incidentally, Mr. Joyner, thank you for mentioning my bill, ECAPS, ensuring community access to pharmacy services. I think that's one way that we could increase access, utilize the expertise of highly trained medical professionals more efficiently and effectively, and certainly as it would benefit the seniors and that access, both rural and urban. And I think of just the, various descriptions of the problem at hand here of high premiums. Now, I had someone describe the situation of the subsidy as we're shoveling government subsidies to paper over a problem. That's true. That it really, I think, conceals the problem at hand. I mean, I think back to before the ACA, the so-called Affordable Care Act, that we had the high-risk pool for those with pre-existing conditions, and now that seems like a bargain compared to what the individual market is having to pay. And there were signs, as all of the debate was happening in the run-up to the so-called ACA, there were warnings that we better be careful in what this is going to do to the individual markets, and here we are. Now, we've been learning a lot over the last couple of years, especially, but I'm concerned about just the abuses of the system, and perhaps whether someone might want to call it fraud, someone might want to call it unintentional enrollment. The results are the same. And we know that there's a large number of folks who have recently been eligible for zero premium plans. And recent studies have shown that in 2024, nearly 12 million ACA enrollees up to 35% of all enrollees in ACA did not log any claims or use their plans at all during the plan year. Now, I would like to think that there was absolutely no need, although I think it's generally a good idea to at least get an annual physical. But I'm genuinely curious, Ms. Boudreau, do we assume that many folks, 35% of those who are enrolled, are just so healthy that they don't need to see a doctor at all?
Well, thank you for the question, Congressman. As we think about this overall, insurance is used for protection as well as use. So our numbers, I share your concern about potential fraud and catching that and making sure that we have integrity in the eligibility process. Our numbers show that it's roughly around 15% in total that we get our enrollment from the exchanges, both federal and state. The state exchanges we work directly with and do a bit better. But again, we share the issue of integrity, marketplace, integrity around ensuring that eligibility has people eligible for these are in those programs, as well as we think a stable program requires continuous coverage, requires us to be able to deliver preventative care. And so those are all really important pieces of keeping.
Right. Certainly
stability.
the fundamental concepts of pooled risk
Yes.
are important, and I hope that we can have a good conversation about that too. Now, with all of these debates and various data points circling, I did come across some data here that Mr. Cordani, I'm turning to you to perhaps offer some background and explanation. Now, it seems apparent that in 2024, your company, obviously, as most did, took a rate increase. I think one state under your plan saw a 40% premium increase. Now, in the earnings call on January 30th, 2025, you said that in 2024, that you returned $8.6 billion to shareholders through dividends and share repurchase. That seems glaringly imbalanced in terms of what needs to be done for ratepayers, ultimately healthcare, and certainly shareholder priorities. How can you give us some background there? And because on the surface, it seems like shareholders receive great benefits, certainly at the considerable expense of patients.
Congressman, thank you for the question. Two different points. One, I think your initial comment is relative to the exchange business in the year you identified. The year prior to that, we lost a significant amount of money in that specific state because we had an inordinate amount of growth.
Okay, so other states perhaps a lower increase, but certainly
Lower
still an
increases,
increase.
but meaningful increases. Point two is we've been in the Obamacare exchanges since its inception in 2014, and we've only been profitable in 2 out of those cumulative number of years. To your broader point, the ability to purchase back stock in that time frame was aided by divestitures of businesses. So we, over the last 5 years, we've divested several businesses, as well as successfully have been able to run our largely employer-sponsored business. So I would ask you to disconnect the purchase of stock heavily correlated toward divestitures and operating cash flow. We have not made money in the exchange business for quite some time. And in the United States, the vast majority of customers we serve are in the employer-sponsored market and in a self-funded way.
I understand that, and my time has expired, but I'm concerned about the employer-sponsored market, especially public sector, where expenses have gone up and coverage has gone down. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I think it's pretty clear that too many Americans can't afford the insurance they need to even see a doctor, and this has got to change. Last year, congressional Republicans cut $1 trillion from Medicaid, and they failed to extend the enhanced premium tax credits to make insurance more affordable for middle-class Americans, all while they added over $4 trillion to the national debt to give a huge tax cut to corporations and some of the wealthiest people in our country. Now, 15 million Americans are losing their health care coverage. Some clinics and hospitals have already closed. More will be forced to close their doors this year. I'd like to submit this article outlining some of those closures to the record. Congressional Republicans also failed to extend the Affordable Care Act's tax credits, and hardworking Americans' health care premium just doubled or even tripled in this new year. You know, I've supported Medicare Advantage, but some of the actions by some insurance companies, some that are here today, are very, very concerning. And I have 3 articles I'd also like to submit to the record, Mr. Chairman, on that issue.
Without objection.
These articles show that insurers are abusing Medicare Advantage. In one disturbing example, the Wall Street Journal noted Medicare Advantage companies are exploiting our veterans. And thank you, Mr. Doggett, for your legislation. If I'm not already a co-author, please add me to that. I'm a combat veteran and I use the VA services myself and I get great care from them. But many of my fellow veterans are preyed on by insurance companies who get them to sign up for Medicare Advantage programs, despite that the veterans get all of their care from the VA. And they're not reimbursed. VA is not reimbursed. According to the Wall Street Journal, 1 in 5 veteran members of Medicare Advantage plans did not use a single Medicare service in 2021. Care provided at the VA is not billed to Medicare Advantage plans, which means your companies are collecting taxpayer dollars without providing a bit of care to many of our veterans. 82%, I want to talk about prior authorization because it's also concerning. 82% of physicians reported that patients abandon needed treatments because prior authorization requirements are too burdensome. The American Medical Association says that authorization delays have led to serious adverse events for their patients. And according to the California Hospital Association, nearly 2/3 of prior authorization denials are overturned on appeal. Prior authorization increases administrative burden and for our doctors, and it's bad for our patients. And that's something that I believe you can do something about. So I have a question for all of you. Prior authorization is causing these problems, and many of your companies use AI algorithms to categorically deny care that must then be appealed without the input of a physician. I want to know what you're doing about that and how you can address it. Mr. Hemsley, we'll start with you and go right down the line.
Thank you, Representative. I think that is a great topic to bring forward. Our organization is focused on making the complexity and disruption of prior authorization much smoother and much easier. We do not use AI for anything other than administrative purposes. It is not applied for clinical applications whatsoever. And we are advancing an effort to really make the authorization real-time and digital. Less than 2% of our total interactions require any authorization at all. And the overwhelming majority of those are administrative. Those are usually resolved. They are usually resolved by a document or something like that.
We're quickly running out of time, so if you could hurry along.
Well,
everybody can get a
only
word
that
in.
we are definitely in alignment with you on this. We would like to make this much more intuitive, simpler, modern, and we are on that course. We have 4 projects in the market today piloting this effort. And we also want to bring it to the rural community where we think we can expedite the flow of funds and bring some relief to those communities.
Congressman, we agree with you. We do not use AI to deny care, and we also believe that there are opportunities to improve the prior authorization process. We're committed to it, both reducing the numbers as well as improving the data sharing with the providers to take the patient out of the middle.
We also do not use AI to deny claims or to deny prior authorizations. We also have clinicians involved, and we are committed to continuing to improve in the commitments we made, and we want to share data with care providers to make this safer, more affordable, and more connected, and we think there's a big opportunity to do that.
Congressman, in the commercial business that we operate, in excess of 95% of all the claim experiences have no prior authorization. For those that do, we've been able to successfully use AI to get to yes rapidly And now we have almost 78% of all those prior auths that need to transpire taking place immediately, but it is never used for a denial.
We have not and will not use AI to deny care. Prior authorization process today sucks. We all take accountability for it. We are fixing it by reducing the number of services that are covered, offering an online service, and standardizing electronic submission of data.
Thank you. There's a disconnect, Mr. Chairman, because the doctors that I talk to and hospitals I talk to are telling me something a little bit different. So I'd welcome the opportunity to work with you to figure this out and see if we can fix it. Thank you. I yield back.
Hopefully in the future, we'll be hearing from those doctors as well to get to the root of the problem. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to thank you all for being here today. I know your morning started off in a real pleasant launch as people start to talk about what they're paying for their health insurance, healthcare insurance. One of the things I want to bring out, everybody talks about healthcare, the prices are going up, and healthcare insurance, the prices are going up. Taxpayers and hardworking Americans are all footing the bill. Before I got here, I was a car dealer, and we knew that insurance was an essential financial product. Now, no one could drive off the lot unless they had insurance on their car. And I think we're getting to the point where anybody in life today doesn't even want to get out of bed in the morning if you don't have some kind of healthcare insurance that's going to take care of you if something goes wrong. Now, the need for insurance it is more about the confidence that any illness or injury does not lead to a financial catastrophe. Now, affordable health insurance remains the cornerstone of competitive benefits package, serving as the primary driver for employee retention and the most crucial factor in a worker's decision to accept or stay with an employer. My son now operates our family dealerships. We started back in 1953, and over that time period, we've had thousands of people on our team from time to time, and we've always tried to do the best in their interest as far as products that would help them, not only while they're with us, but also when they retire, that there's something there for them as well. Now, when I was talking to Brendan yesterday, I said, I haven't been following it as close as I should. What are we paying for our healthcare insurance right now? Because we just got done talking to our agent. It's going to be $1.5 million this year. Now, $1.5 million used to be a lot of money. And to some people, it's not. To me, it's huge. Now, the average American family plan costs a total of $27,000 a year. And somebody says that's enough to buy a reasonably priced nice car, I would debate that with them. There are some easy fixes that Congress could enact to make healthcare more affordable, more transparent, and more valuable. And I have introduced legislation called Improving Seniors' Timely Access to Care Act with my colleague Susan Delvaney. Mr. Thompson, thanks for your comments, because that's exactly what we're talking about. This bill would make necessary reforms to prior authorization and Medicare Advantage. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, hundreds of health care organizations, and Americans from all corners of the country agree. Streamlining this process will allow our nation's seniors to receive the care they are entitled to more efficiently. This legislation modernizes the entire approval process to ensure seniors receive life-saving medical care that they have already earned. This bill has passed Ways and Means twice and has passed the House floor in previous Congresses. This bill has over 240 co-sponsors and numerous endorsements, including the endorsement of CVS Health. Now, Mr. Joyner, thank you. To our other panelists, I would like you to please look at this piece of legislation. If it makes sense to Mr. Joyner, you're all in the same business, it would probably make sense to you all too. So please take a look at that. We have a lot of support on this, but we can't get anything done until we actually get it done. Look, I don't know of another country in the world that spends more money on healthcare. And because of healthcare being expensive, healthcare insurance is expensive. I know in my own business, the more expensive product you drive, the more expensive the insurance is on that. The only thing is you can't leave the dealership without having insurance on that. What we really need, so when you heard about the piece that Mr. Joyner was on, I'd like you all to take a look at that and endorse it so we can put that on the floor again and get it passed and start making some progress in this. I want to thank you all for being here today. I know that at times I witnessed years ago whenever Congress decided to bring the automakers in and criticize them very heavily because they flew in their own private jets. And they thought that anybody flying a private jet shouldn't be coming to Congress asking for taxpayers to support them. I think we've reached a point if we can get by being political and talk about good policy. This isn't about President Trump. It's not about President Biden. It's not about President Obama. It's about the American people and having health care insurance that they can afford, and that they can get the health care they need when they need it without having to bankrupt themselves. So I would just ask you, please, you're in the business, and it is a business, and it's all math. When I look at the numbers, I say, these numbers look really, they're staggering. It looks like you're very profitable. I don't know what your net is. I know what the big figures look like. It's like, God, you had a hell of a year. I don't know what you netted out of it, though. So the only thing I'm asking you, and I think the whole committee's the same way, let's make sure we're working together to get the right kind of health care insurance for the people that we represent every day. I do not represent 750,000 Republicans. I represent 750,000 Americans. They're looking to us to get with you and make sense of what the most expensive thing in their life is. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me start by saying thank you, Mr. Kelly. You know, it's always refreshing in the committee to hear candor in a speech like that. And this is about the American people. And I'm again want to thank our witnesses for being here. Something preliminary that I'd like to get to. One of our colleagues asked, Mr. Markovich, they asked about the issue of people who don't use services in a year somehow being fraudulent. This is something you mentioned in your written testimony. Could you take a brief moment to discuss that point?
Well, on average, in any population we insure as a group employers, probably 20% or a little more than 20% of people don't have a claim in a given year. And in California, in the Affordable Care Act, we had approximately 18% who didn't have a claim. So we haven't really seen a big difference there. The last thing I'd say is that we work closely with Covered California to institute things like dual factor authentication. And so we are not seeing evidence of fraud in that state.
So it's not fraud.
Well, not in California.
Right. All right. Well, listen, thank you, Mr. Markovich. I also wanted, Mr. Chairman, to submit for the record, first to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Neal, and I wanted to submit for the record this district court opinion from Maryland. And the opinion has to do with something we've been calling for on this side of the aisle, which are hearings, frankly, like this one, where you're candid and people get to ask questions. It's a very simple thing that we're asking for also. We wanted Elon Musk and Doge to come before the committee and talk to us. Imagine they don't have to talk to anybody. They are in every one of our agencies, but most notably Social Security, something all of you are familiar with. And they're there going over people's personal information. And this report by the Trump Justice Department says that those individuals have given information, something we have been saying on this side of the aisle is why they should be prevented. To her credit, Trump's appointee said, I would rather resign my position than allow people to have access to the personal data of more than 300 million Americans. She was asked to leave and was replaced temporarily by an individual who, in fact, had already been suspended because he had given information to private sector agencies. He was the person who was interim before our current SSA. This screams and demands this committee, like we're sitting here today, to sit with Doge and Elon Musk and Mr. Davis and ask those very questions about what has happened. You're going to be grilled on questions of what you're doing today, rightfully so. And I commend our colleagues, and I commend the chairman for saying that there's going to be further discussions, bringing in the hospitals and the doctors and all the costs. I wish we could say we had a plan from the other side, but we don't. But if we're going to be having hearings and we want to be candid and get to questions that need to be answered and actually work together bipartisanly for solutions, then we need to be able to honor a member's request. We have something that's called a resolution of inquiry that should provide this. Mr. Musk was able to avoid that because he's above the law. No one's above the law. We need answers to these questions. Thank you for being here to answer tough questions. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, let's have some fun with some math and plan design. And Mr. Hensley, I'm going to direct most of this to you just because you are truly your organization is the biggest player in the space. We've been working on Medicare Part C, most of us know it as Medicare Advantage. In many ways, dollar-wise, it is multiples of the debate of more subsidies on top of subsidies. This is the MedPAC report, and I know we all argue about what it actually says, but for a decade, I have in here, basically it's saying, and I'm sorry, but we've read it a lot, so it's falling apart, that Medicare Advantage is coming in at 120% of fee-for-service. If you go back to 2005, when we actually started Medicare Advantage, it was supposed to come in at least 95% or less. Is there a way, an organization like yours, where you have very robust networks, how do I actually take a look at the externalities? And look, we're blessed to have a Bloomberg terminal. So we pulled up, your reports and those things, $9 billion to AARP. We've been trying to calculate what you pay to brokers, externality costs that don't actually provide healthcare service directly to that enrollee. If I came to you and said, let's go back to the original design, Senator Frisk, 2005, where it's a managed care model, but the profitability comes from helping your population be healthier instead of scoring them as sicker, or some of the craziness that goes on in the star ratings and some of the changes that happened during the ACA, where in many ways they screwed up the incentives, and go back to a classic model of actuarially bid your population, build a model with government so we have some risk sharing if there's an externality of individuals who are remarkably expensive, so you maximize the efficiency in your bid. How do we clean it up? Does it require multi-year enrollment so you can invest in the person to help them get healthier, help them with their BMI, whatever it is? How do we make Medicare Advantage work? And this is for the members of the committee. I know you've all read it. Over the next 7 years, Medicare doubles in cost. We go from 1 trillion to 2 trillion. In 6.5 years, the trust fund is gone. The Medicare trust fund is gone in 6.5 years. That should terrify you. Are you, when you realize how much of the Medicare Part A trust fund actually goes to the Medicare Advantage population? Am I just rambling, Mr. Hensley, or is this something that your actuaries, our economists, we could build a model? Because our CBO says it's like 1.8 trillion in savings over 10 years if we could just realign the incentives.
Well, actually, I applaud your interest in this, and I think it's very consistent with the spirit of others who have talked about really getting to solutions and getting to a better healthcare environment. And the Medicare program is so important. Medicare Advantage is, as you know, a very, very popular, 95% approval rating with seniors. It is, seniors are opting for it. We do take issue with the MedPAC report and believe that the cost of Medicare Advantage is actually about 91% of fee-for-service Medicare. But I would be very open, and I'm sure the industry would be open to exploring ways to make Medicare Advantage more effective and more impactful. We already pursue value-based care as the predominant way we approach that, which is a payment for outcome and holding care providers accountable for the quality and the status of their those that we entrust to their care. So I would respond generally that we would be very open and constructive. Over the years, we have offered a number of ideas, and we would like to continue to bring those kinds of things forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Been
Mr.
working
Hensley,
with CMS.
my crazy request is I am blessed with the Joint Economic Committee to have a couple healthcare economists. Send me a couple of your actuaries. Let's see if our math works, because the scale of spending and what we're up against debt and deficit wise, because we've turned healthcare into financial engineering. That's most of this discussion here. It's not healthcare. It's who pays, who gets to be subsidized. I'm passionate. I want to revolutionize the actual delivery of healthcare so it's effective, affordable, and accessible. And that means making it about healthcare. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
We align to that spirit completely.
Uberize healthcare. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank all of our witnesses for the answers and comments that you have made. Ms. Young, I listened intently to your testimony with a great deal of interest. And one of the reasons that I did so is because you shared with us personal, real-life experiences. No projections, no analysis, but the real experiences that you have shared. And I certainly agree that there are no simple solutions to very complex problems and complex circumstances. But I do believe that we live in a country that has the wealth, the technology, and the resources to make sure that every citizen has the opportunity to have good, solid health care that they can afford. And that if they can't afford it, then it ought to be provided to them anyway. And I know that may be a novel idea in the minds of some, but even though we are a capitalistic country, I still believe that we're able to do that. We've made some progress, certainly over the last 50 years or so. And so we're not as bad off as we've been. But can you think of anything that would take us closer to this goal? Or what can we really do? I mean, we discussed the issue, but what do you think we can really do to try and make healthcare more accessible to the average citizen in our country?
All right, thank you, Mr. David. So my thought on what can be done is, instead of looking at taking away benefits that really do benefit, like the premium tax credits, those benefit many people. And even though the ACA may not be perfect, instead of trying to dismantle something that is really working for millions of us, work together in a bipartisan manner to fix the things that are not perfect, but don't take away what's really helping so many of us. So I believe if we have the legislators working together in a bipartisan manner, forget all the Democrat, Republican, and everything in the middle. And then when we have health insurance companies and, working with the drug companies and the doctors and everyone working together, because right now everyone it seems to be looking out for what's in their own personal best interest instead of the interests of regular Americans who put each person here to represent us.
Thank you very much. And quickly, if I could ask each one of our corporate executives, just one sentence or one thing you think we can do to really make it more accessible. Mr. Hemsley, would you
Yes,
start?
thank you, and I very much appreciate the spirit in which you framed this. I think really if you could listen to everybody who testified in their prepared remarks, to everyone was in favor of changing the incentives towards outcomes and value. Nobody went in another direction. You've got consensus about a change in the direction of how we incentivize and pay for care. And it was also in the remarks of several that were made before we began. So I would say really getting behind that kind of a movement and really building the healthcare system around those themes. I actually believe most of the companies here have already started in that direction.
Thank you very much. Our time is going to expire, so I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. LaHood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing. I want to welcome our witnesses here today. As I travel around my district in Illinois, central Illinois and northern Illinois, I continually hear about the rising cost of healthcare from families and farmers and workers and small businesses throughout my district. Premiums and out-of-pocket costs continue to put pressure on household budgets. And too many of my constituents feel like they're doing everything right, but still falling behind. While our healthcare system and its costs remain complex, and we've heard that today, health insurers play a critical role within our system. By pooling risk and negotiating on behalf of millions of Americans, insurers shape what care patients can access and at what cost. Ultimately, I believe competition and transparency and innovation are the best tools to lower costs and improve care. But when markets become unreliable and manipulated, we have seen that those benefits don't always reach patients. Much of your testimonies here today address factors other than insurance practices for the rising cost of healthcare. However, I view this as a comprehensive system where everyone shares responsibility to patients and families. We've also heard a lot about consolidation in healthcare and health insurance, both vertical integration with PBMs and medical practices, as well as large-scale horizontal consolidation of insurers and its impact on patient choice and prices. In theory, this consolidation should make it easier to obtain lower prices from providers as your market power increases. Mr. Hemsley, my question is for you. United Healthcare covers roughly 53 Americans across this insurance business, across its insurance businesses, and processes hundreds of billions of dollars in medical spending each year. You are the largest purchaser of hospital and physician services in the country. What challenges do you see as preventing you from lowering prices during negotiations despite your sizable and increasing bargaining power?
I'm sorry, that's an excellent question, and one in terms of real market reality. Our presence in the marketplace is leverageable in terms of getting good price and value for healthcare, but there is meaningful concentration in some markets, and you need to provide sufficient access. So to achieve that level of access, where there is concentration on the care health services side, health delivery side, there's only so far you can go so that you can make sure that people have resources to go to for their care. And that creates a practical limit in terms of what you can do from a economic point of view.
I want to switch to Medicare Advantage. Medicare Advantage, as we've heard from a few of my colleagues today, has become a popular choice for millions of seniors because it offers coordinated care, predictable costs, and additional benefits that traditional Medicare often does not. When it works well, it can deliver strong value for beneficiaries and taxpayers alike. At the same time, issues have been raised ranging from allegations of improper practices like upcoding to real-world challenges seniors face navigating enrollment and coverage changes. My office recently assisted a constituent whose approved surgery was put at risk because of confusion about open enrollment and conflicting plan information, requiring my staff's intervention to avoid a lapse in coverage. Unfortunately, that is not a unique experience. These kinds of situations underscore how important clarity, accountability, and patient-centered administration are in Medicare Advantage. It's our responsibility on behalf of millions of Americans who have chosen Medicare Advantage plans to prevent this and address faults within the program. I ask this for any of you on the panel that wish to answer. What steps are you taking now to ensure Medicare Advantage continues to serve as a valuable and affordable option for American seniors? Not all at once.
Well, I'd go back to the points that I was making about getting a digital health record, changing the payment models to pay for outcomes, eliminating kickbacks. So the things I mentioned about Blue Shield California members now can access a digital health record, which is what we're using to do the automated prior authorization. And we have gone to our own pharmacy model, which has saved some money. So there are some things that we are trying to do. And I do believe, and I'm happy to work with you, Congressman, on things that we could potentially change in the rules of the program to help support that.
Anybody else?
Again, I would use value-based care as the principal direction for Medicare Advantage.
Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by thanking Ms. Young for taking time away from your business to be here today to testify about many of the experiences that I think millions of Americans go through in trying to keep their health care coverage. For our other witnesses, I want to say that it's no secret that Chairman Smith called you all in today to try to blame and distract from the fact that Republicans have cut health care coverage for 15 million Americans. 230 Democrats and Republicans, including 3 Republicans on this dais, voted to stop Americans' health premiums from doubling or tripling. So instead of pointing the finger at other folks, I think perhaps my Republican colleagues should look in the mirror when they talk about accessibility to health care coverage. Mr. Hemsley, I'm going to begin my questions. You announced today that you are reinvesting your profits to reduce premium increases for United patients this upcoming year in order to stave off the Republicans' failure to extend the ACA tax credits. Is that correct?
Thank you for bringing that up. We believe that given the desire to achieve coverage that you are really gathered for, that in that circumstance, as you seek solutions, that we would forego profits and rebate them back.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Cardani, will Cigna also reinvest its profits to lower patients' skyrocketing premiums costs due to the failure to extend these tax credits? Simple yes or no will do.
Congresswoman, thank you for the opportunity. Today, we cover about 1% of the exchange lives, and we do not intend to make that commitment. As I noted, we've lost money every year, but 2 over the last 12 years.
Okay, but Mr. Cardani, respectfully, you were compensated $23.3 million last year. And what I'm seeing is perhaps the beginning of an industry-wide trend or commitment to try to ensure that patients don't go without health care. Is your answer still no?
Congresswoman, we made a pledge recently to reinvent the PBM offering for the marketplace, and it's going to reduce our earnings by $500 to $600 million next year. We've made that commitment. That comes out of every executive's opportunity next year. That will affect all the lives we serve, including those on the exchange. And we estimate that it will improve costs for every individual out of pocket. So we were seeking a much more scaled solution than for just the 1%.
I believe the answer is just still no. Ms. Bordeaux, will Elevance reinvest its 2025 profits to stave off the premium increases due to the failure to extend the ACA tax credits.
Congressman, we are willing to look at any proposal, but I just want to be clear on expectations because as we've been discussing, this won't address the root causes of what drives premium up, which is the cost for services and the continuity of care. We also
Understood,
did not
but-
make any money on the individual exchanges in '25, and we don't know how '26 will play out. So again, we want to be part of the solution, but want a meaningful long-term solution as well.
Yes, but Ms. Bordeaux, isn't it true that Elevance reported a $50 billion operating revenue this past year, primarily due to Medicare Advantage? I get the exchanges maybe not so profitable, but Medicare Advantage seems to be doing pretty well for your company. And your salary you personally made about $20.5 million, and none of that can be reinvested to help patients keep their health care?
Congresswoman, again, we are very interested in being part of the solution. Medicare Advantage, we also made a very minimal profit, not to the
Not $50
revenue
billion?
you cite, and it's a highly regulated environment, very competitive. We seek, again, premiums a result of the costs that we pay underlying to support services and the members in those programs. We're looking at
So then I take it that-
sustainable solutions, and again, want to be part of that solution.
Okay, I take it the answer is no. I want to pick up where my colleague Lloyd Doggett discussed denials. It's outrageous to me that over 80% of prior authorization denials are overturned. I think that plans should be penalized for these inappropriate denials. I just want to give like a very quick personal experience of that. I had knee replacement surgery earlier in the year last year. Was supposed to start in-home physical therapy immediately. Had my own challenge being in pain and on pain medication with my insurance that denied me the in-home physical therapy, although my orthopedist and every nurse said that it was critical to begin the physical therapy right away. And I'm a member of Congress and was on the phone battling with my own insurance company, which, by the way, members of Congress, to dispel any belief out there that we have the best healthcare in the world, I buy my healthcare off the DC exchange. I think that the prior authorization denials and then the fact that they get overturned on appeal so frequently means that these denials are purposely they're purposely denying claims so that they're forcing people to prolong their care, which leads to worse outcomes. And I think that that is something that we really need to address. All of you need to really help address that. And with that, I will yield back to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, panelists. Very concerned about the rising cost of healthcare, like everyone in this country. As the budget chairman, I have the honor of representing my colleagues in that role. And there's no way we're going to reverse the curse and change our fiscal trajectory that is completely unsustainable if we do not address and bend the curve on the cost of healthcare. It's crushing our families. It's a drag on the economy. And again, it's a threat to my children's future. And we've got to do something about it. A third of the federal government's budget is healthcare. 50% of all healthcare dollars are controlled by Washington, D.C. In the 80s, it was only 30%. Obviously, medical inflation is outpacing all other goods and services exponentially, and it's unsustainable. One benchmark for the American people to get a sense of this explosion in cost, we spent $19 billion in 1975, around 5% of the federal budget. Today, we're spending almost $2 trillion on healthcare, and it's a whopping 1/3 of the budget, as I mentioned. We've got to do something about it. We have to get the incentives right. We need the partnership with the private sector. I agree with my colleagues, competition, choice, transparency. I mean, no central planning here or anywhere is going to deliver the kind of value that you can deliver if we put the incentive structures in place and guardrails so that everybody wins. But I don't believe that that balance has been struck. I want your expertise, your insurance market expertise on Obamacare, because I do think that one of the problems with these perverse incentives have been
directly flow from the creation of these tax subsidy, regulate, mandate programs. This was pitched, sold as the Affordable Care Act. Premiums and deductibles have doubled since the inception of Obamacare. Shake your head up and down if you agree with that. Raise your hand if you agree that they have doubled premiums and deductibles since Obamacare, the inception of Obamacare. Okay, everybody, okay, because it's just math and it's just data. And when you add the subsidy to this from COVID, which doubled the cost to the taxpayer, by the way, didn't double the number of people that were getting this insurance. In fact, if you deduct the 6.5 million people that are ineligibly on the program, maybe it's a third. Do you know how much on average the premiums have gone up on the exchange since my Democrat colleagues doubled down on the quote Affordable Care Act? Twice. So, Mr. Hensley, is Obamacare, are the cost within Obamacare more or less than the inception, than when Obamacare was first passed? More or less?
Representative, the cost of all healthcare has increased.
But has Obamacare's premiums gone up twice as much as those in the private market and with employer-sponsored insurance? Have they outpaced the private sector and employer-sponsored insurance plans?
I can't say they've
Well,
outpaced.
does anybody know the answer to that question? You don't know the answer to that?
Well, Congressman, in California, they haven't been dramatically different, but I can't speak to it nationally.
Well, we have 6.5, according to CBO, 6.5 million ineligible people that are being subsidized by the taxpayer that are not legally eligible. By the way, there's also billions of dollars in fraud. There are dead people's social security numbers used to send the subsidy to your insurance company. And everybody else up here, my question is, do you know that fact? And if you do, what are you doing to stop it so we can steward tax dollars, so we can make sure that the subsidy, as much as I think the underlying policy is flawed, is at least going to the people that it was intended to? What are you and your company, what are y'all doing to increase program integrity, prevent fraud, waste, and abuse of tax dollars?
Well,
6.5 million ineligible people.
Fraud is unacceptable everywhere. I'm proud of the work we've done in California, where we've implemented things like dual factor authentication to verify eligibility. So we have not seen that kind of fraud issue at that level in California. And I'm happy to talk also offline about the things that we've done, I think, that have led to that result. Again, I can't speak beyond our market, but that's our
And I'm not
experience in the
picking
market.
on you, quite frankly. It's across the board. Somebody's not putting the controls in place and paying attention. And we've got to change that incentive structure for the sake of the taxpayer and our future taxpayers who would be our children. So with that, I've gone over my time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington. I want to inform members that the votes have been called on the House floor, and I intend to call a recess following the end of my questioning period. Committee will be called back in order immediately following the vote series. I recognize myself now for 5 minutes. I had brain surgery myself 5 weeks ago, and I don't care if I was on dialysis, if I had an LVAD in, or if I was intubated, I was going to be here. I have been a physician for 35 years, and sadly have had a front seat to witness the decay and decline of one of America's largest industries, and that's the health insurance industry. I have had patients cry in my room. I have had physicians cry to me, throw up their hands in disgust, and quit because of actions of our health insurance industry. Nothing you're going to say to me today is going to change that. You have put profits above patients, and you've put profits above those who care for patients. You're sitting here blaming hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, even physicians. There is blame to go around there. But you have squarely abused your privilege of authority to deliver health care to patients in this country. There are a few good actors in the industry. Mr. Markowitz, I believe you're one of the good actors. If it were up to me, I would throw out all for-profit systems in this country and turn everybody into nonprofit. It has gotten that bad. But you all have been very derelict in your duty and abused this position of authority. There has been systematic denial and delay of care. It took me 8 denials myself to get a medicine that I need to exist. A year and a half. I'm a physician and a member of Congress. It took me 8 times through CVS to get that medication. I didn't pull any strings. I did what I was supposed to do. Imagine the average person in the country. There's been a weaponization of prior authorization. You are killing people who are trying to deliver health care. There's been abuse with the Medicare Advantage plans. My God, I could talk about that for hours. Deceiving and extorting taxpayer dollars. The vertical integration that has occurred in this country is disastrous and criminal. There have been record profits. I don't want to hear about the fact you're not taking profits. We know how money gets moved around in these companies. The C-suite executive salary compensations is a slap in the face to the average American who goes bankrupt because they cannot afford health care. You all showed up last summer at HHS and you said to Secretary Kennedy, a mea culpa, yes, we've been doing things badly. We're going to fix things. I won't believe any of that until I see it. And so far, I've seen nothing. Surprise billing, bipartisan legislation passed into law by President Trump. You all own and keep millions of dollars that are owed to providers today that you're not paying them, that have been adjudicated in their favor. That is fraud. You know, United Healthcare, you guys give a wonderful thing that you're going to return Obamacare premiums. I wonder and perplexed whether it would have occurred if these hearings had not been there. But what about the billions of dollars that you've stolen from the American taxpayer because people were fraudulently enrolled during COVID? I don't see that money coming back. Medicare Advantage. You've made the diagnosis of secondary hyperparathyroidism an amazing thing. 70% of your MA patients have it, while 3% of fee-for-service patients have it. It's unbelievable. You've manipulated medical cost ratios by the way that you pay physicians and the way that you hide money through your PBMs. The vertical integration, you guys own PBMs, you own pharmacies, you own health agencies, physician groups. Good God, you own a bank. Why would an insurance company own a bank? You know, I had a very spirited discussion with Dr. Decker a couple years ago, and I outlined all the Wall Street Journal articles documenting the egregious practices that were going on by United Healthcare. And all he had to say in an arrogant and audacious manner was, "We are doing nothing illegal." Well, right now, several of your organizations are under investigation for criminal and civil charges or for misconduct, and we'll see if things are not illegal. I am here with the outrage of the American people. You know, right now, we're trying to lower drug costs. Will each of you, I'd like a yes or no answer, will each of you commit to allowing Trump RX or cost-blood medications to go towards patient deductibles? Mr. Hemsley. I'll take that as a no. Mr. Joyner.
Absolutely. If it lowers costs for Americans.
Thank you. Ms. Boudreau.
For the lowest cost and affordability, we're open to figuring out how to make sure.
I hope it goes towards deductibles. I'll take that as a yes. Mr. Cordani.
Our newest offering would accommodate that. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Mr. Markovic. You
Yes.
don't own a PBM.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Young, you get a skip on that one. You know, I don't agree with Mark Cuban often, but we do agree that what needs to happen is that you guys need to be broken up. The vertical integration has destroyed competition in this country. And again, if I had my way, I'd turn all of you guys into dust. We'd start back from scratch. We'd have competition in the industry. We'd have associated health plans, and we would have nonprofit hospitals rather than profit being put over patients. Sadly enough, I'm not naive enough to believe that anything that's been said today is going to change boardroom behavior. I don't think it will happen. The bottom line is profit, and that's what's happened in this country, and this is where the American medical system, compared to the rest of the world, is sad comparatively. But finally, I am glad that we have a president in the office who doesn't care about special interest, who is willing to confront and tackle what I believe is unethical, unscrupulous, and unprincipled behavior of the American health insurance industry. President Trump has said he's going to do it. I believe he's going to do it, and it is long overdue. With that, I'll yield back with my comments. Prior to recessing, I ask that members of the audience remain seated while the witnesses exit the hearing room. And I'll ask that this occur right now, the exit, while the witnesses will exit. As announced, now the committee stands in recess until immediately following the vote series. Thank you.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, pretty much, pretty much, Okay, what is up? What is good? Salute to everybody that's currently in the chat right now. Please smash that like button. Please subscribe. This is your boy, Marky Dan, the historian. I am the creator and I am the manager for this channel, Democracy 101. Democracy 101 is a place where we speak truth to power. It is a place where we speak down against fascism. It is a place where we speak down against the overreach of this federal government invading our cities. It is a place where we speak truth to power once again. We are going to be going over a lot of different things in this episode. Give me a few minutes. My co-host AC is going to be up here in just 1 minute. Once again, everybody in the building, please smash that like button, subscribe. We're going to be getting into some pretty serious topics. We're going to be talking about the ICE deployment up there in Minneapolis and some of the crime, well, just broad daylight crimes we've been seeing recorded on camera. We're also going to get into the DOJ's cover-up of the Epstein files. It has been well over a month and they have still only released about 1% of the files, as well as a whole smattering of other issues from Greenland to Venezuela and to the world as a whole. We are living in some serious times. We need to pay attention and we need to always speak truth to power. But my co-host is going to be up here in just a few minutes. Till then, I'm going to be playing some clips for y'all people. But y'all stay cool, like and subscribe, and I'm going to be right back in just one moment.
Queen Mary, where you going, come on? Don't ask me nothing, child. Give me match and oil. Bars and jailhouses where the money is. Don't ask me nothing, child. Just give me match and trash. Bars and jailhouses where the money is. Where you going, come on? Bottom belly, tell me where you going, come on? Don't ask me nothing, child. Just give me match and oil. Bars and jailhouses where the money is. Don't ask me nothing, child. Just give me match and trash. Bars and jailhouses where the money is. Where you going, come on? Bottom belly, tell me where you going, come on? Don't ask me nothing, child. Just give me match and oil. Bars and jailhouses where the money is. Don't ask me nothing, child. Just give me match and trash. Bars and jailhouses where the money is.
Yanette Correa screams injustice after her husband was placed on an expedited deportation order after showing up to his immigration check-in in Miami.
Oh wow, I was on mute this whole time. But hey, good day. Salute to everybody in the building. It's your boy Maki Dan, the historian, coming to you with another stream for Democracy 101. Please smash that like button and subscribe. We are trying to grow within the pro-democracy movement. I'm trying to get this channel up to 300 subscribers. We are already, I believe, at 260. So please, if you're new to this channel, please give me that support by smashing that subscribe button, smashing that like button. It's the easiest things y'all could do, you know what I'm saying? So like when you come into our house, you wipe your feet, you knock on the door, you know what I'm saying? You do certain things before you enter somebody's house. So help me out like that, brother. Help me out like that, sisters. Smash my like button. Subscribe. I appreciate everybody in the chat though, for real, for real. We got some very important topics to cover today. Some very serious things going on in our country right now. What is happening up in Minneapolis? I know a lot of people have opinions on fraud, on illegal immigration, and I think that both things need to be addressed. I'm not ever it's obviously fraud, but when you talk about illegal immigration, I do think that illegal immigration should be addressed. However, the way how the federal government is currently handling it, is an absolute no-no for me. Right now, we have a secret, the United States of America officially has a secret police operating with our federal tax dollars. So I just want to say again, our federal tax dollars. We are paying them to abuse us. Okay? I don't give off. I don't care what type of dangerous work you do. If you are a public servant, if you are being paid by my tax dollars, you should not be able to walk around the streets masked up with quote unquote full immunity. According to the president of the according to the vice president of the United States, and according to Mr. Stephen Miller, the wannabe Nazi, these masked thugs got the right to walk around here and do whatever they want. They shot a lady 3 times in the face. And there's not even going to be an investigation into that gentleman who did that. He was completely wrong for doing that, in my opinion. That car, he was in no danger of being hit by that car. The lady reversed. She turned her wheel all the way to the right. Even after he fired the first shot into the windshield, as she's passing by him, she fires 2 more shots. Oh, that's my brother AC right there in the chat. I sent you the link, AC, but I'll drop the link for you once again. Hold on, let me drop that for my calls. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Smash that like button once again. But even after Jonathan Ross fired the initial shot through Renee Good's windshield, he then proceeded to shoot her 2 more times from her side window. How, in what way, in what shape, form, or fashion? What's going on? Hold on. AC, your camera. I don't know. AC, you got to refresh this. Okay, there you go, AC. There you go. My bad. My bad.
Yeah,
It was
yeah. I
saying
just
like your
refreshed.
camera.
I just updated my phone, and I don't know what the hell's going on. So the link is all screwed up right now because it was just bringing me to a white screen. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, I think they're messing with the channel. I was trying to record a video of John Cena. It was a beautiful video. Almost drove me to tears, talking about diversity and loving your country. It was all the way back from 2015, and he was explaining that there's so many different versions of an American. You know what I'm saying? Just shit that would never be spoken nowadays. And I couldn't record it, and they wouldn't let me save it in StreamYard. So I
Wow.
don't know, AC. We got some interference going on. Here's my guy, Boxer Scholar. Boxer Scholar, how you doing?
What's good, bro? What's good, AC?
Was good.
Yes, sir.
Chilling, bro.
Yes, sir. We got a lot of new people in the chat. Please smash that like button, subscribe. I appreciate everybody that pulls up. Once again, I'm trying to get my channel up to 300 subscribers. I believe we're already at 260. I appreciate everybody that comes through. So before my brothers came up here on the panel, I was just cooking on the situation going on with ICE in this country, as well as the situation going on with or rather the situation that happened with Miss Renee Nicole Good, who unfortunately had her life taken by Jonathan Ross, an ICE agent. Rest in peace to her, and prayers to her family. After that lady got shot, rather than just doing the procedural thing, the routine thing, which is to investigate to make sure that this officer did everything within his training, they said, no, we're not doing that. Pam Bondi and the DOJ then directs Minnesota federal prosecutors to investigate Renee Nicole Good's wife for potential charges, and saying that she has connections to an advocacy group and that blows whistles and tracks ICE agents, and she might be a domestic terrorist. As a result of them trying to open that inquiry, the 6 Minnesota federal prosecutors who were investigating the fraud, the quote unquote Somali fraud, by the way, these 6 prosecutors, they've been responsible for all 90 convictions thus far when it comes to Minnesota fraud cases, going all the way back to the Biden administration. They resigned. They said, hell no, like you cannot, you might find a fool and a coward who will do this to this poor lady. But I am not going to put my integrity and my honor on the line by putting a victim's family through an ordeal after we unalived her wife.
Well, she was sitting right next to her. Let's not forget that context. She was sitting right next to him, watched her get shot in the face.
Absolutely. And now they want to open a vindictive prosecution. But before I get y'all's thoughts, by the way, one more thing before I start playing some of these videos of just the more egregious stuff that they doing out there. A federal judge in Minneapolis, I believe, came down with a ruling that said ICE cannot touch peaceful protesters. Because what you've been seeing is ICE, they've been firing pepper balls in people's faces. They've been macing people. You had an instance with a very famous protester. His name is Rhodey Streamer, and he comes outside dressed as a giraffe, like wearing a thong, and he has like a blowhorn, and he be screaming into his blowhorn, Charlie Kirk didn't like black pilots. Or he'll be talking about the Epstein files. What he was just like, which, by the way, all of that is protected under the First Amendment. That's peaceful protest. He's not putting hands on nobody. He's just being annoying. So they decided to come out and put hands on him and drag him inside the detention facility. So after all of that, on top of the other shenanigans that were going on with ICE just shoving protesters to the ground, you even had an instance where a guy who was recording ICE, the ICE agent came towards him and shoved him into oncoming traffic. And there was a bus coming when he shoved him. You know what I'm saying? And this is in the middle of winter where you got slick roads on top of that. But before I get y'all thoughts, I just want to play what I think are the more egregious crimes outside of what happened to Renee Nicole Good. My phone is down. No problem, Boxer Scott. I appreciate you. We'll be up here for a while. But let me play a couple of the more egregious crimes. This is ICE. They tear gassed a 6-year-old baby and had her hospitalized.
Minneapolis Fire Department saw and faced when responding to the ICE shooting last week that killed Renee Good.
The newly released documents come after one of the violent clashes sent an infant to the hospital. ABC's Olivia Rubin has the latest.
I can't breathe. Despite calls from local leaders for peace and to turn down the temperature, clashes between protesters and federal officers not letting up in Minnesota. Federal agents deploying tear gas on crowds, urging them to leave. Stay off federal property or you will be arrested. In one distressing scene, a baby hospitalized after a family's car was hit with tear gas. According to the Minneapolis Office of Community Safety, the agency saying the 6-month-old had difficulty breathing.
The ICE agents came forward and they were like lined up with their mace.
The Jackson family says they were driving home from their son's basketball game. The gas grenades setting off the airbags in the car, trapping them inside. Bystanders opening the doors. That's when the family says the baby wasn't breathing.
Having to get my baby like mouth to mouth and people like pouring milk all over my other kids. I thought I was dying, honestly. And the way I felt, I could imagine how my kids felt because I'm a full-blown grown adult, so I just knew that it was even worse for them.
We've reached out to DHS for comment on the incident. Tensions flaring since the killing last week of Renee Good. Good was found, quote, unresponsive, not breathing, according to a Minneapolis Fire Department report. That report saying her injuries included 2 apparent gunshot wounds to the right chest, 1 apparent shot to the left forearm, and 1 possible gunshot wound to the left side of the head. The report saying officials moved Good away from the vehicle to get away from the escalating scene involving law enforcement and bystanders. And now an attorney for the Good family has sent a letter to the federal government telling them to preserve evidence here. In part, they say to ensure that that evidence is not destroyed. Olivia Rubin, ABC News, New York.
Before I move on to this next video, which is ICE is about to drag an old man outside in negative-degree weather in nothing but a robe and his underwear. But AC, let me get your reaction to that vid. Or no, you know what? No, I'm gonna just
I
play.
just want to
Go
say
ahead.
this. I just want to
Yeah,
say
yeah. Go
to
ahead.
put
I
that
want to play all the videos because they're short. But go ahead.
what we're about to watch in context. I don't know how many people have seen it, but yesterday, a an internal memo was shown up, and NBC got a hold of it. NBC and then all these other news organizations
I saw it. Yep.
got a hold of it, to where this internal memo is telling ICE agents they can now enter homes without a warrant or judicial warrant,
Bro.
which is
AC.
completely ludicrous, because at the end of the day, you cannot enter someone's home without a judicial warrant. Whatever happens to those officers is on the ranking officers, that community. As far as we're concerned as individuals, your Fourth Amendment right to legal search and seizure is now the thing that's the forefront of why you should exercise your Second Amendment.
Bro, AC, do you like my mother came to this country from Grenada because in Grenada in the 60s, they had what was called Mongoose Gang. They were the secret police.
Mm-hmm.
And my mother came to this country after they broke into her house, tortured her brother, and then kidnapped him. And she was hiding in a closet when they did that to him. To this day, they don't even know if he's alive or dead.
Wow.
And she ran from that. And now, 60 years later, you got ICE kicking in people's doors, dragging them out, no dignity, no humanity, and not all. And again, some of these people, like, bro, imagine the people who don't got no family or who don't got no neighbors that's recording what's going on.
Yeah.
They straight up getting disappeared, like what happened to my uncle. Like y'all who still think that this is okay, or you think that, well, we got to get the elite. No, bro. No. Thomas Jefferson, I believe it was either Benjamin Franklin or Thomas Jefferson who had that saying, the man who would give up their freedom or who would give up their liberty for safety deserves neither safety or liberty.
Yeah.
And that's what's about to happen to you. You're about to have neither liberty nor safety.
Because
These people are masked. They according to the people above them, they don't have to identify themselves despite federal statute. And now they have the full backing of the president of the United States that they will not be prosecuted.
and
Wake up.
that's why it's seriously, we're at the point where people are not, you can't say certain things, because at the end of the day, last year 34 people died in ICE custody. Several people were shot. This year 6 people were already shot. One was actually killed by ICE. You feel what I'm saying? So when you're dealing in death and you're dealing with babies being gassed and things like that, bear spray. Let me let this by, bro.
No problem, family. I'm gonna go ahead and play the videos, and we're gonna react to them after they done.
Oh, there it goes. I'm sorry.
Do not talk to them.
What you saying, AC?
But basically, I'm gonna end it real fast with this. When you have babies getting gassed and bear sprayed and things like that, you're at that tipping point. When you see a preacher getting shot in the face while giving a blessing to the protesters for a safe protest, he gets shot in the face with a pepper ball. You have crossed the line. So it's no longer the coward's way out. And I'm being nice by saying that. It's no longer the coward's way out. It's now's the time. This is the tipping point for every American to say, listen, this right here is not necessarily about race. Race is the least part about it. It's about losing our country to a wannabe dictator. Are we going to stand for it and cheer it, or are we going to actually stand up and fight? And for the Chicago chief to come out and say, well, if you block ICE in, they could look at this as a ambush. Well, basically, you just told ICE in Chicago, this black chief just told ICE in Chicago, if you get boxed in, it's okay for you to now open fire on them. And if somebody gets killed, oh well, they shouldn't have boxed you in. So that's where we are right now.
Yeah, we need more serious leadership from local or we need better leadership from local authorities. That sheriff out there in Philadelphia, that's what I want. There was another sheriff out in I believe it was Mississippi, AC, where he said it in no if, and, or but terms. He said, if you come to my county and you commit a crime against one of my residents, you will go to jail and we will tow your car.
Mm-hmm.
He said, no if, ands, or buts. Come play with me.
Yeah.
So we definitely need more serious leadership. But let's get through these videos. Then we're gonna comment on all of them.
My name is Charlie Scott Powell. I'm 56 years now. So the point they got to me and my daughter-in-law, and then they told me to come out here without my clothes on. I was short only, and then they just handcuffed me right there. And then when they took me out there, my grandson was picking on the window.
So your grandson watched everything?
Yeah, my grandson watched everything. After they took me, he was crying, looking for me. They just take me out there without any clothes on, unless only the blanket, only my grandson's blanket, cover me, take me out there to the car. They didn't say anything that was wrong. And then suddenly, they tried to take a photo of me, but I didn't want to, right? And then they drove me all the way to Minneapolis, I don't know where, and we stopped middle of nowhere. So my son grabbed my ID, showing to them. They just said, okay, you're good. So they freed me. Yeah. And they didn't say anything. They didn't say sorry or anything. They just, okay, you're good. They just left.
Okay, so you have really stupid people who, when we say things like U.S. citizens are being detained by ICE, they'll say, oh, well, they weren't arrested. Oh, well, they weren't held for multiple days. Shut up. No, you know what? Not just shut up. Shut the fuck up. And fuck you. Fuck you right in your mother's pussy. I hope your mother gets dragged outside in negative-degree weather with just her underwear on. Like, what is it's like, there's a lot, like, I think social media has deadened the humanity part, the decency part of a lot of people's brains. That empathy part where you look at another person getting done wrong. Like today, AC. You know, I was driving and I see this 80-year-old woman with a walker walking through my neighborhood trying to get down. She has to walk down a hill to get to the store. A lot of these people that say that dumb shit, they would have drove past her and left.
Live in a world.
My bad. I actually clicked that button. But a lot of people who say that stuff about being detained is not that bad, they would have drove past that lady and let her figure out her own way. Not me. I picked up that lady. I took her to the store and I deposited her right back where she was. But I feel like that type of sentiment, like what you said the other day, the greed is good people, they have permeated to large swaths of our society to the point where, like, just common sense stuff is not common no more. Why would you, why couldn't this gentleman get a shirt on? He wasn't being, from what I see here, he wasn't being uncooperative. He wasn't being belligerent. I didn't see anything in this man's body language that said, if you let him go to his back room, he's gonna go get a gun or a knife. They just did that because he's a person of color, because he looks the part, because he looks like he shouldn't be in this fucking country. We
They
gonna move. We
said,
go.
yeah, they said that, you know, ICE only, according to Christy Noem's testimony, ICE only goes after dangerous. They have,
Yeah, they only
you
go
know,
after the
the
worst of the
warrants,
worst.
the worst of the worst. Okay, so you drag this old man out, knowing he's not dangerous. He's not the worst of the worst. Why was he put in handcuffs and taken outside in that weather with some
In
fucking,
Crocs.
in Crocs and shorts? So that was intentional. That was purposeful. This is why, this is the examples that we're talking about as far as, you know, when is enough enough? I spoke with an auditor. I didn't speak with him. He made a comment, and we're talking about one of these constitutional auditors that keep police in check, go to different places and check the constitutional bounds. And if you violate them, they put you on camera, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
They do good work. Why the fuck was one of these auditors on the thing where ICE was talking about that internal thing? He said, what's wrong with ICE having complete immunity? Go Trump, blah, 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 yeah, all of this, you know, crazy rhetoric talk that sounds like a 16-year-old, but this dude looks older than me, and he's a auditor. He has on his channel probably over 60 or 70 videos of him doing constitutional audits. So this is the problem. You got sane people losing their fucking mind because the visuals are actually working. The visuals of what these people are doing are working, and people are like, no, get a doorbell, get a door cam, and this will protect you. From what? What does that door cam protect you from? That a 75-pound pit bull can. I mean, I don't know where we are, and you're getting all of these channels that are talking about telling people how to protect themselves, and the way they're telling people to protect themselves, it's not protection whatsoever. It's locking yourself in, sticking your head in a hole, and hiding. That's not protecting yourself. It's not. So we're just in a weird space right now, and I don't know. I don't know. It's I just don't know. But let's go with the video.
I agree. The next egregious case, a Purple Heart. I need to say it one more time. A Purple Heart veteran was deported. I believe this happened back in November. He was deported. Mr. Jose Barco. He was deported from Arizona. Let's go.
A Purple Heart combat veteran deported from Arizona early this morning. Tonight, he's in an unknown country.
He served 2 tours of duty in Iraq, but also spent time in prison here at home. Fox 10's Brian Webb has more.
Immigration activists tell me that Jose Barco was taken from this ICE facility in Florence, Arizona, and flown to another country early this morning. It's the latest chapter in a complicated story. A war hero overseas gets into trouble back home and is now sent away, possibly for good.
I'm heartbroken every day, frankly, because of what's happening in our community.
Immigration activists are angry, fighting for the rights of Purple Heart recipient Jose Barco, deported from this ICE facility in Florence this morning to an unknown country.
We have a veteran who was deported today at 4 a.m, a Purple Heart veteran.
39-year-old Jose Barco is a Venezuelan national. He came to this country legally as a refugee as a 4-year-old child with his family. Enlisted in the U.S. Army at 17, deployed twice to Iraq. His family says Barco applied for citizenship while overseas, but were told his paperwork was lost. Then Barco received a Purple Heart after being severely injured by an IED explosion.
Jose was on fire as he lifted this truck
off of his fellow soldiers and drag them to safety.
When Barco got back, he began suffering from PTSD and spent 15 years in prison on attempted murder charges after firing a gun into a group of teenagers at a house party in Colorado Springs in 2008. A bullet hit a 19-year-old pregnant woman in the leg.
And what we're asking here for is to bring Jose back, to bring all the deported veterans back to the United States who served our country.
Barco was sentenced to 52 years but released after 15 as a model prisoner. He left prison one day after President Trump's inauguration, and ICE agents were waiting with orders to deport any undocumented immigrant convicted of a crime. He was sent to this ICE facility in Florence on Veterans Day, and after fighting his deportation over and over, Jose Barco finally gave up.
The conditions are so unbearable that he feels he has no choice left. That's not a decision of a free man. That's the decision of someone being crushed by a cruel system designed to force people out of this country.
Barco's family fled Cuba as refugees and went to Venezuela before coming to this country. Family and friends are afraid he might be sent back to one of those countries, even though he no longer has ties to either one. In Florence, I'm Brian Webb, Fox 10 News.
We reached.
So let's hear well, no, we don't even need to hear ICE's statement on this. Let me first and foremost say one thing. I don't condone that young man's actions. I don't know what he might have had in his system that night that caused him to make that decision to put so many people's lives in danger. But one thing I do know, veterans, when they come home, especially after what his fellow veteran described, he said that man was hit by an IED, or they drove over an IED, and his body was on fire, and he had to lift a Humvee truck to drag his fellow soldiers out to safety. That could cause some PTSD. That can cause some substance abuse issues. That can cause some anger issues. So instead of getting this young man who bravely put his life on the line for our country, 2 tours in Iraq, we're going to throw him away like he's garbage. Because that's the term that President Trump likes to use for brown people. Garbage. They might have just created a terrorist. They might have created somebody who now has a permeating type of hate within their heart that it spreads to everything when they talk about the United States of America. Knowing everything he gave to this country, and for them to then turn around and put their ass in his face to kiss. Let's move on to the next one. It's another veteran that got deported, and then we're gonna give our thoughts on that.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mubashir, and I never expected.
They funneled us straight into ICE's hands. Once in ICE's hands, they broke my window.
Important. Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Sky, can you you were just telling us off camera a little bit about your story. Can you tell us what happened to you?
So first off, I'm a United States Marine veteran. We were following them from a safe distance.
Following ICE agents.
Yep, following ICE agents. They stopped in the middle of the road and reversed on 62. They tried to ram our car. They tried to get us into a bottleneck. Once I saw a police officer from Mendota Heights, I tried to wave them down, and they funneled us straight into ICE's hands. Once in ICE's hands, they broke my window.
I've been setting all the upgrades in the chat.
Do not break my fucking window. You guys got into the John is looking at is a black.
Get out of the fucking, get out of the car. Put the car in park, get out of the car. Put the car in park, get out of the car.
Virginia, TBN. You know the Marine Corps veteran.
I don't care what you are.
I don't care.
out by my neck. They threw me to the ground. They stomped on me. They pushed my face into the ground. They put the cuffs on as tight as possible to the point where it took 6 agents to try to get them off.
What let you talk about the local law enforcement working with the federal government to kind of funnel you in? What was the lead up when they get out of their vehicles, presumably, or were they
didn't get out. They drove their vehicle towards mine until I surrounded mine.
Okay, so they surround yours, and then how? Like they come up, they break.
And then the cops went into a parking lot. They pulled off to the side, and they watched the DHS and Homeland Security and whoever else it was assault me. And they listened to me scream for help.
Like, what I'm trying to get to is like, did they say anything to you before they broke the window, or was it immediate?
No, it was immediate.
Immediately broke.
They said, "Get out of the fucking car, or we're taking you."
Had they stopped you at all before that? Had you had any reason to believe that you were about to be targeted before that?
They put their lights on, but they don't have any jurisdiction. As women, we're told to go to a well-lit area where we can make sure that we're safe and we're not going to be attacked by armed thugs. So we were trying to comply with what we've been taught our entire lives as women.
You're I mean, I'm getting like the sense of emotion off of you right now. Like, can you walk me through like what are you feeling in this moment?
This is not the country that I gave my life for. I took an oath, and it's the oath that they're spitting on and stomping on. And this isn't Germany. They're Nazis. They're Gestapo. They think that they're above the law. They don't care.
What was your intention when you're out there following them? Are you out there to document what they're doing, to warn?
Okay. I mean, that truly breaks my heart, because you could hear the emotion in that young lady's voice. And I literally named the stream this, AC. The name of the stream is Trump Term 2 1 year later. Where has my country gone? Okay, and I have the John Cena clip. I just want to play that quickly, and then I'm gonna let you give your thoughts on what happened to those 2 veterans.
Patriotism. There's a word thrown around a lot. It inspires passionate debate, and it's worn like a badge of honor, and with good reason, because it means love and devotion for one's country. Love. For a word designed to unite, it can also be pretty divisive. You see, there's more to patriotism than flag sequin onesies and rodeos and quadruple cheeseburgers. Patriotism is love for a country, not just pride in it. But what really makes up this country of ours? What is it we love? It's more than just a huge rock full of animals like cougars and eagles, right? It's the people. Do me a favor. Close your eyes for a second. I want to try something out. Picture the average U.S. citizen. Think about it. How old are they? What's their hair like? How much can they bench? You got one? Okay. So chances are, the person you're picturing right now looks a little different to the real average American. There are 319 million U.S. citizens. 51% are female. So first off, the average American is a woman. Cool, huh? Is that what you pictured? 54 million are Latino, 40 million senior citizens, 27 million are disabled, 18 million are Asian. That's more people in the U.S. than play football and baseball combined. 9 million are lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, more than the entire amount of people that live in the state of Virginia. Around 10 million are redhead, 5.1 million play ultimate frisbee, and 3.5 million are Muslim. Triple the number of people currently serving in the United States military. Almost half the country belongs to minority groups. People who are lesbian, African American, and bi, and transgender, and Native American, and proud of it. We know that labels don't devalue us, they help define us, keeping us dialed into our cultures and our beliefs and who we are as Americans. After all, what's more American than freedom to celebrate the things that make us, us? I mean, it's stitched into the stars and stripes of this country, from the Constitution to Gettysburg, to our motto, E pluribus unum, from many, one. It's even in our country's name, the United States. This year, patriotism shouldn't just be about pride of country. It should be about love. Love beyond age, disability, sexuality, race, religion, and any other labels. Because the second any of us judge people based on those labels, we're not really being patriotic, are we? So let's try this one more time. Close your eyes. Picture the average Joe or Joan or Juan or Jean-Luc. The real people who make America, America. And this year, whenever you feel the urge to don those star-spangled shorts, set off fireworks the size of my biceps to show love for our country, remember that to love America is to love all Americans. Because love has no labels.
Hey, bro, I really didn't expect John Cena to do this to me today. That's like back in 2016 or whenever that came out. As a kid, I probably would have rolled my eyes at that and said that this is some woke, social justice warrior crap that they're just pushing towards us. Now I realize, bro, like that's the country that we should all strive for. Like, that's
That's
the
why.
country that my mother chose to come to, that she chose to put her hand over her heart and take her oath of citizenship and say the Pledge of Allegiance. That's
That's
the
why.
country that strives towards being the city on the fucking hill. I don't know what we got going on now, but I just want to get your thoughts, AC,
Oh, just to
on
speak
all
on
this.
John
I mean,
Cena.
you just heard what that young lady said. She's a Marine. She's a former veteran. You see her injuries from when they dragged her out. What's your
Well,
thoughts?
well, to first speak on what John Cena said, that's probably why I made the decision to move my political affiliations. Um, outside of that, dealing with the young lady, um, you were doing part of your constitutional right. That is actually part of the Second Amendment, is to uh, put that spotlight on on those who are breaking the law, the domestic terrorists. You just committed a domestic terrorist act, in my opinion, and those cops who stood by and watched it are even lower than the piece of shit who actually assaulted this lady. And then the motherfucking punk going pull out the taser and then act like he's in some fucking Call of Duty game. This is why I've always been on it since day one of these dudes. Back them motherfuckers down. Give them the same energy. Guess what, people? A fucking taser is a legal way to protect yourself. You got a laser? Yeah, motherfucker, you back the fuck up too. I ain't going nowhere. Put her back in the fucking car or I'll tase you. You feel what I'm saying? So people will be like, oh, well then you're gonna put your yes, when do you start to do that? When do you say to yourself, after listening to what John Cena just said, as being a patriot, when do you do the patriotic thing and stand up and fight for your fucking rights? When do you do that? Here's the crazy part. We got these veterans, right? And we can go all the way back to veterans who were from World War II. I don't know if people realize that the majority of veterans that were in World War II were voluntary. People were volunteering. You still had the draft, but there was the overwhelming number of people who volunteered. Many who were turned away because they had actual foot spurs. They had actual diseases and things that they found out they didn't know they had until they went to go enlist. Now, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because those veterans from World War II, they volunteered for that fight because they wanted to get rid of Hitler's tyranny. And they knew it was good for the world and good for the country. So when you have a rogue organization, and here's the thing, how come we don't see Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, all of them weird ass groups out on the street because they're
By
donning
the
these.
way, Enrique Tarrio, the leader of the Proud Boys, has been confirmed to be a member of ICE.
So this is what I want you. This is what I want you people to understand. That when Trump told them to stand by, this is what he was planning in his second term if he would have won it when Joe Biden beat him. We would have got the same fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? So the point I'm saying is this: what they did to that female veteran. Again, it's one of these things that you have to ask yourself: when is enough enough? These are Americans that people keep trying to fucking tell us that they don't do this shit to Americans. Oh, it's okay. I had no problem. We got to do something about immigration. Well, that's
Or they try to
your
play the
job.
numbers game. They try to play the numbers games. Oh well, only 180 American citizens have actually been detained by ICE.
It doesn't matter.
So
It's one. When you cross the line with one,
but tell them every time they bring up Lincoln Riley, well, that's just one dead white girl. Tell them that. That's not a real argument. That's not a real thing to say.
So looking at the first veteran, the guy who was deported after he had his episode and stuff like that. I want people to really understand this. And I because I know veterans who are minority groups. Brown, Black, and Latino people do not get the full benefits of what they were owed as veterans. These are the first people that get to run around. If your child was a veteran and you had big political whatever, you are big bankers and all of this other kind of stuff, those veteran resources are given to those children first because these are the ones we can stand proud of. You feel what I'm saying? But the majority of Black and brown ones, especially when they come from low income neighborhoods, they don't get the fulfillment of their benefits. They don't even get the money that they're supposed to get to buy a home. They don't even get the luxury to actually live on a military base after what's going on. So when you have this young man and they just try to compartmentalize it and say, oh, he only suffered from PTSD. PTSD has so much of a broad range. It's completely psychological. Your PTSD can have you seeing illusions. Certain loud noises can trigger it, and you think you're in a war zone and shit like that. Remember the movie Shooter? His PTSD in that fucking movie, and I'm not comparing a real life situation to a movie, but I'm only showing the examples of what is actually real between PTSD. That loud noises can trigger you into thinking you're in a combat zone. And you will look for your military issue that you get to keep after you leave. You get to keep some of those guns. You'll go get that shit and you will start busting where the bright lights and the music is coming from. So his shit was that was a complete failure of the veterans hospitals of what led that man to committing that crime and shit like that. That's where I lay blame for his crime. He may have a certain level of responsibility. But when you know that he's going to come back with drugs and alcohol abuse issues and mental issues on top of that, these are all the things that they try to tell you that are powder kegs for something to go wrong. So it's within every one of our fucking veterans, but no one wants to address it or really do something about it. So here's a clear-cut example. And now the man, on top of that, after serving his time and then becoming a model prisoner, getting his shit together, because jail is where you'll get that psychological help that you need. and those treatments that you need. When you are incarcerated, it is far more easier to get that shit than when you're out on the street and you're a fucking veteran. So an inmate can get better treatment than a fucking U.S. veteran. Make that shit make sense.
Don't know how to cuss a little bit, AC. Just a little.
So at the end of the day, where I'm at with it is, look, people, we have to start to stand up for our veterans that are in our communities that are of color. If you know one of them, just check in on them. Yo, you good? Him or her, you good? Everything's right? Because there's also that high level of suicide. So at the end of the day, man, they're an important resource because they're the checks and balance that we can see with our own two eyes to know what these wars are really about and what the ramifications of these wars are when we see our family members, our friends, our cousins, and our neighbors come back from these tours. And then to be mistreated like that, and then on top of that, to be deported to a foreign country. And you know what I'm saying? Which could easily trigger you back where all of those 15 years of where you got help are now gone. So, do I have any sympathy for ICE? No. You put me in a room with an ICE agent, me and him, by ourselves, it's definitely a Thunderdome situation. The two of us will walk in and I alone will walk out. And that's the way I feel about it. I have no sympathy for him. I have zero.
And I got a clip up here. We're gonna react, or a video up here. We're gonna react to. This is something I wanted to get your thoughts on, AC, because it's very close to your heart. For
Yes,
those of you
sir.
who don't know, AC is a Shinnecock Indian from out there in Brooklyn. ICE apprehended 3 Native Americans. I can't remember the tribe that they were a part of up there, but this gentleman, they call themselves the One Nation. I don't know if that's the entire like every Native American tribe or if that's just focusing on Minnesota. But they detained 3 Native American tribesmen out there in Minneapolis. Apparently they were homeless at the time. I mean, it was just a lot of I just say it's not looking good because they couldn't even find these individuals when they went in there. But this is this gentleman's, he's a representative of the tribe. This is his words on it.
Members, and there was 4 tribal members who were picked up by ICE in a community called Little Earth right here in Minneapolis, St. Paul. And one of them has been released, but they couldn't locate the other 3. So the council members here, they're all elected officials of the Oglala Sioux tribe, and they gained access to the facility and they couldn't find their 3 tribal members. They claim that they're not classifying them by their nationality, which tribal members are also citizens of the United States since 1924. You know, there's nobody more American than American Indians, but they were unable to find them here today. And so they're going to continue on. They got some contact information. They love the fact that you're here, that everybody's here, and they're going to be giving out tribal IDs to their tribal members who are in Minneapolis, St. Paul at the American Indian Center down on Franklin Avenue. But I just want to say thank you to everyone that's here. Stay vigilant and stay assertive, stay constructive. We're in unprecedented times, the way that I see it. So my name is Chase Iron Eyes. I'm an Oglala Sioux tribal member. I'm a constituent of the elected officials that made a trip all the way here. And that is Donroy Gosper. I just want to recognize them for a second. Councilman Donroy Gosper, Councilman George Dreamer, Councilman Garfield Steele, Councilman Tyler Lunderman, and there's one more, Councilman Ryan Jumping Eagle. They came all the way here to retrieve their tribal members who were captured by ICE, and we failed in that mission today, but it will continue. So stay where you're at and stay vigilant is all I can say. We're all concerned about, you know, this white supremacist influencer coming into town in less than 48 hours. We don't know their route, but our goal is to keep the good people of Minneapolis, St. Paul safe. So thank you very much.
Coming from Nogales tribe, we have one message, and that ICE is not allowed on our reservation. We're closing our borders to any ICE agents. You're not allowed to come terrorize our tribal members on our homelands. You're not allowed on our fucking reservation. Period.
That was the Lakota delegation who went inside to try to find the three. Just move over, don't get it. Three nation members pulled off the streets because they were homeless, and they obviously ICE has decided that anybody of a certain tone must be an illegal, even though Lakota, they're by far the most Americans that we have in this country.
We're going to be here for the long haul. We're here for the duration, and we'll find our people.
Where are you coming here today from?
I'm coming from the Standing Rock Reservation and Pine Ridge Reservations. That's where I'm a member of. I used to be a member of Standing Rock. It's all one nation, Lakota Nation. But yeah, we're here supporting the Native American community in Minneapolis.
And you did find the three that are still in there?
We haven't found them. We got to continue.
They let you.
I know.
They let you go into the jail.
Yeah, no, we didn't get access to the jail. Just right there into the access desk. Yeah, only to the lobby. We got to speak with DHS officials, HSI officials, ICE officials, and they gave us contact information to follow up. So
what did they just said no when you said, "Can we see your jail?"
We didn't ask to go inside. It was a secured area, and so we were just waiting to. Hopefully, they were going to be able to get our tribal members and bring them to us, but that didn't happen today.
What has been your emotional response of nation members being pulled in by immigration services? I mean, the irony can't. I mean, I don't even know if irony is the right word.
Yeah, well, it's offensive, and it's part of the colony. What America is finding out is that the same colony which expropriated our land and dehumanizes us and seeks to strip us of our rights is the same forces that are coming here to confront all of us now. Why are they shooting peaceful American families? Why are they maiming peaceful American protesters of all races and demographics? Why are they doing that? We don't know, but we have to stand strong.
It's not lost on us that President Trump's favorite president, he has the painting on the wall, is Andrew Jackson.
That's the father of the Indian Removal Act. The fact that we're here at Fort Snelling, this is a concentration camp, a prison for Dakota people. Abraham Lincoln ordered the largest mass execution in American history. 38 plus 2 Dakota people were hung here, right here. And so it's not lost on us at all. In fact, it seems like a deliberate jab at the soul of our people, but we also have relatives. They don't understand that we are America. How could you possibly target Native Americans and with immigration and customs enforcement officers and then imprison us? That is impossible. It's legally impossible to do that.
Before I let you cook and go wherever you want on that, AC, the Supreme Court has green-lighted all of this. The Supreme Court they issued a temporary ruling to anybody who don't know in the chat, stating that ICE can detain people for probable cause of being an illegal immigrant based on their skin color and based on their accent. Now, when they made that ruling, that is, even though I want to say it's on the level of Dred Scott, but I can't say that because it's not a permanent ruling. It's only temporary for the time being. But the Supreme Court, when they came down with that decision, they green-lighted all of this. They green-lighted all the discrimination and the abuse of Native people from Puerto Rico, and just colored people in the United States of America in general. This is not okay. And AC is going to go into telling you about his people's history when it comes to resisting tyranny. particularly white tyranny in this country. And salute to my guy Juan Claudio in the chat. But go ahead, AC. What's your thoughts on the fact they
Well,
couldn't even find the tribal members?
well,
So
I have to say this. During the time of when George Floyd was unalived and Breonna Taylor was unalived, there was this. We were going through this whole motion to whereas there were just so many different issues. There was this one thing that had happened in the same town, not too in the same state, but not too far from where um, George Floyd lost his life, and there was this young kid who was arrested and beaten really, really badly. You know what I'm saying? He was on the highway, him and his homeboy. Police ran up on him. They said the car was stolen. The car was not stolen because he had just got the car as a graduation present, and the car had temporary plates. So they went to a graduation party. On the way back, they decided to take the highway because it was a shortcut. They get pulled over. All of these police come out. One of the kids is shot in the leg, and the other one is beaten up real badly. You had all of these community dudes and black dudes that showed up in black military gear, weapons and all, walked dead up to the precinct and said, "You literally have 30 minutes." Wow, that's crazy. You literally have 30 minutes.
yeah, for Mr. A real American in the chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, you have 30 minutes to go back there and get him, or everyone in here will feel what we came to let y'all feel. And there was the news right there, the news. That town's news was right there. The police chief assured them within 20 minutes both those young men would be free. They freed them young men, them black dudes and the family members and everybody, backed out, pointed their guns. They had them up in the air. They pointed them all down to the ground and then walked out. My thing is this: you know who you are. You know your rights. You know no federal officer supersedes your federal sovereignty unless you committed a felony or something like that. So why not go in there, not with the show of force of just body presence? And if you're going to do that, you want to bottleneck the shit out of it. Show such a force that it's like, okay, who's ever in there, it's going to be hell for you to get up out of there. So when you look at that type of situation, you go there with a show of force. When Malcolm X was taken, when he was arrested, it was a show of force, of bodies and other things, that the police had no choice but to free that man. So that's how you do it. It doesn't matter the day and age. It matters the intent. And because you went in there so politely, they bullshitted you, handed you cards and told you to call these numbers. That's not how you deal with those people. You know what I'm saying?
They treated them like they were a bunch of bag boys to the bag boys.
Exactly. So with everything that's going on in that whole situation, you knew that whole situation. You know what you're going to face. Why not go there with the proper intent that there is no way we're walking out of this building now that we're in here without our people? It's going to look very, very bad for you in about 2 hours if we don't have our people. We will galvanize every indigenous person in this state if we don't get our people. And that's the intent. That's your fuck up. Now your people are gone and they're going to make you fucking wait. But here's the bigger problem. That situation is not the most egregious. A grandmother was snatched coming out of a store in a mini mall. There's these stories of indigenous people getting snatched all through this country. Elderly. They're not even going after young folk. They're going after older so they can brutalize them. Old men, old women. You're talking something near 20 indigenous people have been detained by ICE. It's probably higher. There's an indigenous comedian that comes on YouTube. I can't remember his name, but he in his video he mentions like six different tribes, and between 1 and 4 people who were taken into custody by ICE. Some still have not been released, and they've been in ICE custody for weeks. So the tribal members now wondering, where are they? Were they deported? There was one indigenous elderly man. He was actually on the tarp to get ready to get deported, and the tribal members and his own family and one of the state representatives said, no, this is an indigenous person. They look at indigenous ID and say, doesn't look like real ID. This is not, this is not ID. And they're like, it's tribal ID. This is what we get from the government. This is what our tribe hands up. Well, it don't look like real ID to me, and they still take you. So tribal IDs are not going to do nothing. The one guy who shut down his borders, you enacted a right. And that right says if any federal agent shows up, they must have a signed warrant. If you come up on that joint, every indigenous person has a right to defend themselves. And you don't want to be caught on a res at night, because res people, we love our guns. We love them. So listen, you think you go ahead and you cross one of these indigenous borders. I hope my tribe shut down their borders. I'm actually going to call my cousin and say, listen, Ange, close down the borders. I know the smoke shop is on the outside, so you can still make money on the from the smoke shop, but close down the border. Nobody comes on the res unless you have actual res ID. So that's where I land the plane on that one. This is, like I said, you take that into consideration: clergy, infants, murder, detainees who were murdered. When is enough enough? And what's going on in Minnesota? It's now an occupation, because the Minnesota police chief said it's 5-1. For every Minnesotan, you talk the entirety of the police department. The entirety, it's 5-1. For every one officer, it's 5 ICE officers. They're snatching people from bus stops, all kind of stuff. So that's where I'll land that plane. Oh, that's the Bubba thing?
AC?
Yeah. You're going in and out. But basically, this kind of looking like the email correspondence between this is the email correspondence between Jeffrey Epstein's brother, and I guess the picture that Marky Dan showed was maybe that picture in that type of scene. So yeah, I you would have to ask yourself, even if that picture is real, what man poses, what man does that as a pose? So for all you guys out there that said Trump, you voted for Trump because the manlyhood and you didn't want to get down with Kamala for all of that other stuff, make this make sense in the picture you just saw. And hopefully that's the real one. You there, Marky? So when the link is clicked, why don't you click the link? Whoever you Marquez clown dude is, why don't you click the link? Show us how intelligent you are. Can you actually hold a thought and actually hold a conversation? Because it's real easy to type something and hide behind the keyboard. But if you lack the intelligence to actually articulate it more than 3 words, then maybe somebody will respect you. So at the end of the day, who's protecting Epstein? You seriously have to ask that question. It's the administration where the DOJ is blocking, the release. It's the administration that blocked a House vote to release it. Now, 30 days later, we still haven't gotten the Epstein files.
Yo,
That's
Ace, can you hear me now?
Yeah. That's
my
the
bad.
administration. It's the
No,
Republicans.
I was just saying to Mr. Gorilla Nuts in the chat, that your president is a closeted gay man. So don't come over here talking about you leftards are a bunch of gay weirdos that like to fantasize. No, we ain't gotta fantasize about nothing. This is black and white emails from Jeffrey Epstein. So it says right here from Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, and we're gonna go back to being ICE. But I just wanna really down press this little cult member. It
Yeah,
says,
because
How are you doing? A while back you mentioned that you were pre-diabetic. Has anything changed with that? What is your boy Donald up to? Jeffrey then responds, all good. Bannon is with me. Mark Epstein then and when he says ask him, he's talking about Bannon. Ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba. Ask him if Putin has the photos of Trump blowing Bubba. So is Mark Epstein fantasizing about Trump, some photos of Trump blowing another man? Is that what's going on? Donald is Donald is president of the United States, fruitcake. He's a fruitcake himself. Look at this. He then goes on to say, I thought I had, I think he's saying, I thought I had it. Then Mark says, you and your boy Donnie can make a remake of the movie Get Hard. So Gorilla Nuts, you coming over to my channel telling us that we fantasize about your fat, orange, closeted gay man of a president. But the reality is your guy is just gay. And you got to accept that fact. And it's the reason we're going to get into it more as we go on in the stream about the Epstein files and the fact that the DOJ's only released 1% of it. But you're going to just have to come to terms with it, bro. Your president is a fag.
At the end of the day, these type of clowns will never come up to you and say what they can easily type.
No, I spit in this
they'll
dude's
never
face.
come up. They'll never ever come up to me and tell me I'm a conquered individual. I will beat the shit out of your bitch ass. Twice. Maybe 3 times on Sunday, motherfucker. Don't play with me. I'm not the person to be played with. And let me put you on to something, homie. My little brother is mad nice with these computers.
Get
So
your
what
bitch
I'm
ass
going to
up
do
out of
is
here. I'm done with you.
What I'm going to do is take a picture and get your name. And when I send this name to my little brother, we're going to find your IPS address because it's going to have your email and everything else. We know how to find people through stuff like this. We used to do it to clowns way back when they had Black Planet and all of that kind of stuff. MySpace. We was doing it to dudes that was racist. And then take a picture from Google Maps of where you are. So, bro, don't play with me.
Man, that punk is living in his grandmother's basement.
Exactly, man. Coward.
Nobody worried about him. Talking about we fantasizing about Donald Trump being gay. Why would we take... I'm a grown-ass man, AC. I got 2 sons. You're a grown man. You way growner than me. You growner by almost 30, 40 years. Got kids, probably got grandkids. The fuck we look like fantasizing about another grown man? And we literally have the evidence and receipts that 2 people very close to him have pictures of him doing gay stuff. You need to stop What
He
Michael
just
Jordan say?
mad because
Stop it.
he's mad because the dude he idolizes,
Nah, the dude he probably fantasizes
is
about.
in these pictures, in these compromising things, because they said Donald Trump was the alpha male. According to Gorkin and all of those other weirdos, this is the age of the alpha male, and Donald Trump is the supreme alpha male. Yeah, yeah. So how do alpha males run around and grab somebody else's meat? How do alpha males get in a position where someone says, does this person still, you're in that position, bruh. Those are the Donald Trump knee pads. Y'all need to go to Gavin Newsom's website and buy you a pair. Like, get out of here. Get out of here. And at the end of the day, if Epstein was a Democrat, so what? So what? He's human first, and he's a human piece of garbage. Like, I don't lose any sleep because something happened to Epstein when he got locked up. I was like, oh well, I knew it was gonna happen. It was no sweat off my brow. I didn't lose any sleep. I didn't call nobody and say, yo, did you hear what just happened to Epstein? He's not that important in my life, never was. He's just some sick weirdo. And for everybody else who was rocking with him in that type of time, I ain't got no love for you. I ain't got no love for you. You make me sick. I have children. I would want to hurt you just because you exist. So at the end of the day, man, there's just certain of us. Maybe some of you dudes need to go back and watch that 1960s, 1970 movies called Short Eyes. Really put you on since way back then how this community, this minority community, viewed and treated molesters. Go watch the movie Short Eyes. Old classic movie. 1970s, bro. Like, go watch it. Learn yourself something.
Most def AC, and we not even go. I already blocked and banned that dude. I got a picture of his name if you want it later, but we're gonna move on. One last story of ICE abuse I wanted to bring up. I didn't get the video of when they were dragging this young man, this 16-year-old U.S. citizen in Houston, out, but it was truly heartbreaking. Here you see it right here. This young 16-year-old U.S. citizen, his name is Arnoldo Bazan. And right there, you see that ICE agent has him in a chokehold, and you see him with his hand at the back of his head applying pressure. That's an illegal chokehold. You cannot use that unless you are in fear of your own life. What fear of his own life could he be in with this young man on the ground like that? So then, it doesn't end there. So on top of violating federal statute by not identifying themselves, because like I explained on Boxing Scholar's show, they have a legal duty to identify themselves after they perform an arrest. They stole this young man's phone, AC, and sold it.
Yeah.
And he had to drive to, like, I guess they have like vending machines for rental phones, and found it in there. Like, and then when this young man's attorneys try to contact DHS in Houston, the DHS spokesperson told the attorney, "Well, you're lucky we didn't file charges on him for assault." What the fuck type of Nazi Gestapo country are we living in? That y'all will let that happen to a child? And then even before this, AC, they were chasing this dude down. They were like, the ICE agents were hitting this man's father's truck all throughout town, putting people's lives in danger. So I wanted to bring up that story, but the last thing we're gonna touch on with this ICE situation is with Jake Lang. Jake Lang for the people who don't know, and salute to David Combe, Ram, FX1, everybody in the chat. Please smash that like button, subscribe. Jake Lang is, let me see if I got a picture of him. Well, here, I got this picture of him. Jake Lang is a neo-Nazi, January 6th traitor / incel. Like he chose to like he chose to join the group of the most deplorable human beings / Americans in American history. He said, "Give me all the labels. I want to be a traitor, I want to be a Nazi, and I want to be an incel." He came up to Minnesota talking that good stuff about how we're gonna burn Qurans, and he was even on video saying, "Oh well, I want to kill a Muslim. I hope they catch it on doorbell on doorbell camera too, so I can go viral." He came up there talking that BS and got ran out of there. And this video right here, it's like warm cocoa to my soul, AC. It's like after you come out of a snowy storm, a tundra, and you come inside and you get down by the fire and you put on them bear skins and you getting warm. Like, that's what this clip did for my soul.
Go back, AIPAC, go back. That's the AIPAC building right there. White Christian men are not going to sit around while you turn our children into a bunch of nigger lovers. Minneapolis City Hall will be burning Qurans, standing up against the Somali invasion of Minneapolis, the immediate deportation of Ilhan Omar, and the arrest of the scammer Tim Walz. Come join us 1 p.m. here, Minneapolis. I think we're even further to the right than you know who talked like you. White Americans, we deserve our country back.
A few moments later.
He's still trying to become a big boy. Jake, why do you piss your pants, Jake? Jake, you suck so bad, even ICE won't hire you. Get out of our city, you rascal. Don't hit him! Ah, Jake, you thought it was a good idea, didn't you? Ah, Jake, you thought this was a good idea, didn't you? All that shit talking. Hey, Jake, bring your Don't let him go! Oh my God. Drive. Oh my God. Just drive. Stop. Wait, let them go. Let them go. Hey, pull over. Pull over. Hey, leave it. Get out of here. Leave it up. Get out of here. No. Y'all just let him leave. It's not working. Hey. We don't know him. Stop it. Let him out. Let him out.
Oh my God, that was beautiful. Now, before I say anything, let me make this clear. Democracy 101 does not advocate, does not promote violence. I do not at all whatsoever. I am a liberal. I'm a Christian. I'm somebody. I believe that the way how you defeat Nick Shirley or excuse me, not Nick Shirley. I apologize. Jake Lang and people like Jake Lang is on the battlefield of the ideas because he knows that his ideology cannot hold up on that battlefield. So he has to go resort to things like January 6th or like coming here to incite tensions. He had another little neo-Nazi with him that some little scrawny dude with glasses who ran away when they started swarming Jake, who was going around saying, "Judgment is coming, we're coming for your city, we're gonna burn it to the ground." Like people who come there and talk that stuff, there's consequences for using that type of language. You think you're gonna come up to these people's city and talk about you gonna burn the Quran in one of the largest Muslim communities in the US? Come to St. Croix. Come to the United States Virgin Islands. Come to St. Croix and talk about you're gonna burn the rainforest down. See if you leave this island alive. Okay? There are consequences for language. You cannot come up to somewhere talking about I'm a neo-Nazi and we're gonna burn the Qurans and we're gonna deport these brownies, democratically elected leaders. You cannot come up there and think that you're just gonna be able to walk the streets like a normal individual. Not at all whatsoever. So I'm glad they put hands on him. I'm glad they ran this man up out of their community. And like the thing that made it like the cherry on top, in the end, it was a black trans woman who was in that little red hoopty that drove off and saved this man's life. These neo-Nazis, they talk all this good stuff about safeguarding the future of the white racist children. And we'll never accept any handouts or help from a darky or from subhumans. But when his ass was on the line, AC, he didn't care what color that lady was.
Nope.
He didn't care what type of genitals she
He
had.
was just like, get me out of here. They gonna kill me.
Get me out of here. Just drive.
They gonna kill me.
Man, he lucky somebody didn't really do it to him. He's
lucky
really lucky somebody did not do it to him.
He lucky those 3 black dudes that was surrounding him, that when you look at the video right in the beginning, he's actually pushing them off of him. Like, get away from me. I don't need you. And then you turn around and you like, yeah, hold me.
He grabbed when that boy put that boot to the side of his head, he grabbed onto the brother with dreads.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm just sitting there like,
and
you
then
know what, this video should be called Tupac and Janet Jackson because it's just poetic justice. For real.
Bro. AC. And then after those black men and that black trans woman and her black friend saved his life, he goes on Alex Jones the next day and Alex Jones is literally trying to sanitize him. To be like, see, this is just a human being. He makes some mistakes. He's not always wrong. But see, he appreciates the people that helped him. He says, Alex Jones tries to throw him an alley-oop. Yeah, there were so many, and there were a lot of black Muslims that were trying to help you. And Jake Lang says, well, yeah, but they were also going through my pockets. They were also trying to rob me. So I don't really, and Alex Jones is like, bro, I'm trying to hand you an easy dub. Like Jake Lang says, nah, I'm a double down. I'm a soldier of the white race. Oh my God, somebody should
And
have really
he's
given
just
it to
like,
him.
bruh, in this climate, I'm trying to save your life so the next time you go anywhere, you can actually just walk away on your own recognizance. Now you just make it so you want that target on your back. See, a dude like him, he wants to keep escalating because he wants to be the martyr.
By the way, AC, do you know where Jake Lang was actually born?
No, I don't even really know where.
Israel.
Wow. I don't
And
even
there
know
are
that much
actual
about this
photos
dude.
of him before he became this soldier of the white race. So
That's
like, but how do you fit that? You're a neo-Nazi and you're from Israel. I don't know how you fit those like that's
yo,
just
listen.
really befuddling.
Listen. I don't that's why I don't understand Stephen Miller. But here's the one thing I've been wanting to say because I don't
Yeah, go
remember
ahead.
where I put it, but the video has almost, I mean, not video, my comment has almost 2,000 likes so far. It's because when they show the video of the little 5 foot woman, uh, Grace Bravino, you know who I'm talking about?
I probably do, but let me refresh my memory. Let me look her up.
Okay, Grace Bravino, if I'm pronouncing her name correctly. She's dons in the neo-Nazi uniforms, surrounded by ice and things like that. You see her; she's got the long jacket, the long green jacket. It's got her hair shaved up. You know what I'm saying? Straight up FTM. Still don't know what I'm talking about?
No, you talk. I know Gregory Balvino, but I don't know Grace
Okay.
how you say that shit.
Okay. Grace is Gregory. Have you heard this guy talk?
Oh, okay, I get it. I get it.
Have you heard this dude talk?
Yeah.
He's an FTM. Look at him. You're a female to male transsexual.
I
That's what.
believe it. Like he looks sweet to me.
Yes, that's why I started calling him Grace Bravino, the FTM. That statement right there has almost 2,000 likes, like 1.7K likes. Bro, I mean, when you hear this little, like, your voice never developed. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, you have the most feminine voice I've ever heard
Bro,
from a
if they
person who told me
find
that
out
they're a man.
Gregory Balvino is a trans man, the world might fall off its axis, AC. You might see you might see the Proud Boy, like all those Proud Boys and neo-Nazis that are in the that are in ICE right now. You might see mass resignations. They're like, we like beating up on darkies, but geez, we can't have this over our heads.
No, that's probably why they like, yo, listen, he was a little too friendly with the butt pats. Like for me, I just heard him talk, and it brought me to this person I actually went to high school with. You know, she had gone through the whole transformation, and she actually calls herself Shakim. Like, and if you see her, you'd be like, you a dude or a girl? Like, you really look like a dude, but you kind of, your voice is so like, I don't know, man, something off. Like, dude is cool, but something off with him, you know. But like, nah, he reminds me of her. Like, so I just called it how I saw it, and people just started laughing at it. And he walks around in his like Gavin Newsom said, his Amazon purchased neo-Nazi uniforms and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, there's an intent cruelty with all of this ICE stuff. And I just want people to really, really understand that we are here. There is no, well, if you do this, then they're going to escalate. Trump wants to escalate it so he can call the Insurrection Act. He's going to use one state. He's going to start the fire. He's going to plant all the flammable liquid, pour the gasoline, go back to the gas station and get race car Vaseline, go to the airport and then get airport fuel, airplane fuel, put all of that on this fire, light it up, then call the police and say, you know what? Now I'm gonna call the police and the fire department because somebody evidently started this fire and now this fire is out of control. That's all this man wants to do. He wants to call the Insurrection Act, and that's what all of this is about. And guess what? It's not about the Epstein files, people. Forget it. Forget it's a cover up to the Epstein files. That's not what this is about. It's 100% about trying to stop the midterm elections. Because notice that once he started to figure out, and once the Republicans and Pew and all of these poll places, even ones that Republicans use, said, yeah, listen, looking at these elections and looking at how Republicans, exit polls show Republicans voted for Democrats. Lifelong Republicans voted for Democrats. That tells Donald Trump his reign is over. So he's ratcheting all of this stuff up because if he calls the Insurrection Act, then he can literally stop the election, put the election on pause indefinitely. And that's what all of this is about. That's why they're taking the old man out. That's why there's going to be no investigation into Ashley Babbitt.
My biggest
Not
fear.
Ashley Babbitt, into Renee Nicole Good. That's what it's all about.
My biggest fear is the fact that ICE is acting so lawlessly and that now they are usurping the Fourth Amendment and saying we could just come into whoever's house we want. We could grapple down for Black Hawk helicopters and kick in folks' doors while they're sleeping and then handcuff their kids and throw them in the back of U-Haul vans. Like, we could do that if we want. Like, is setting up outside of a poll place really that big of a stretch? And then with this Supreme Court's temporary ruling, I don't know when they're gonna pick back up I'm not sure when that case is gonna be back on the docket. But with the Supreme Court's ruling, AC, they could stop every brown person that's coming to try and vote and interfere with their rights.
Yeah.
I really think that's how that's good. I remember last year, I told you I had this, theory about the military coming in and it was going to be it was going to split the command structure and it was going to be a huge civil war between fascists and patriots. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that the military knows that they cannot follow this guy. They will all go to jail if they ever try to do anything like that.
Yeah. But
this right here, these ICE folks, they don't care. And they're the January 6th folks. They already went to war for Trump. They already went to prison for him. And they all got pardoned. Why wouldn't they? I mean, look at what they're doing to a 16-year-old boy. Why wouldn't they set up in front of a poll watching place? And AC, I'm telling you, if they try that, you're gonna have that the Battle of Athens all over again. You remember that story I showed you?
Yeah.
With those sheriffs they shot a black man that was trying to vote, and then they stole the ballot box. And the veterans who came from Japan, they went and got their guns and they liberated that ballot box from them.
But this is why I'm saying, this is why that birthright citizenship debate we was having with old girl, this is why it's so important. Because the Supreme Court can overturn that ruling. You feel what I'm saying? and
Yeah.
work it back from inside in. So now, if you don't have birthright citizenship, that means you cannot vote. And who is going to be affected mostly by birthright citizenship? Cena just showed everybody in the John Cena video.
All of
Outside
this.
of the average American being a female, the rest of the country is a diversity of minorities. So you take all of those minorities that make up 49% of this country that can actually legally vote, and you remove them from the ballot because you remove their birthright citizenship. And you can't vote in the U.S. election if you're not a citizen. It's just that simple. So people want to go way in the weird places, but it comes down to voting. Voting is voting is how we balance when everything else fails. Voting is the last option before you actually supposed to get to the Second Amendment. Voting is the great equalizer. So if you remove your vote, or you decide not to vote, or you decide to vote in protest of what works better for you, I don't care how flawed people wanted to say Hillary Clinton was. I don't care how flawed people wanted to say how flawed Kamala Harris was. The other guy, Donald Trump, was worse. 1,000 times worse. So how much do you need to learn? How many times do you walk up to the mule and let the mule kick you in the face? They say if the mule kicks you in the face the second time, you never learned anything. And that's a real fact. And I don't think people can grasp something that simple and something that's that common sense. Because you get the weirdos talking about, no, it's weak candidates, and no, Donald Trump, and I voted for Trump for this. What? What? There's nothing in my mind that could have made me want to ever vote for Donald Trump. There's no part of him that I would say, yeah, he's like me. I can resonate with him. So now all of this stuff is to go after your voting rights. And that's what all of this is about. To go after your voting rights. Because that's the power, that's the tool that once the people have spoken, that's it. The government can't say nothing, police can't say nothing, nobody can say nothing, because the people have spoken. And they want to take that away from us. That's what all of this is about. Recognize it. And that's where I land that plane, bro. You there, Marky?
Yeah, my bad. I was on mute. Absolutely. This is the time to fight. This is the time to fight. And we already see a lot of Democratic states are lining up to fight. And they've been in conversations with each other on how they're going to protect their polling places. But let's move on to one of the final things of the night. We got to go into the Epstein files, AC. Hold on one sec. Let me get the news story. Where is it? Where is it? I got it somewhere in my phone. Here it is. Okay, one second. One second. But please smash that like button. I appreciate everybody that's in here right now coming through. Thank you so much. I mean, this is a lot of new subs and viewers I've been getting in the last couple of days. I'm trying to get to 300. Please smash that subscribe button if you're new. But getting into the Epstein files. So as everybody knows, the Epstein Transparency Act passed almost unanimously through Congress in November. Pam Bondi and the DOJ had 30 days to release those documents with the most bare minimum redactions in order to protect the identities of victims. December 19th, the deadline came. They released like a couple 100,000 pages. We're now January 22nd. And according to the DOJ, they have only released 1% of the Epstein files thus far. 1%. So moving up, and I'm going to read this story. This is about a court filing that happened last week, Friday, from Pam Bondi. Justice Department argues against appointee of independent monitor for release of Epstein files. Justice Department officials contended in a court filing that the federal judge overseeing Ghislaine Maxwell's case lacks the authority to appoint an independent monitor to oversee the release of files in the criminal investigations into Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. The response comes just over a week after Representatives Ro Khanna, Democrat from California, and Thomas Massie, Republican from Kentucky, asked Judge Paul A. Engelmayer to assign a special master and independent monitor to ensure all of the government's records were made public. Attorney General Pam Bondi, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, and U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, also argued in Friday's filing that the lawmakers did not have grounds to make the request since they are not parties in the federal case. Amazing. With no standing and no cause of action, the representatives are unable to seek the relief they request, and respectfully, the court is without authority to issue it, the Justice Department official said. Khanna and Massey had written in their letter to the judge last week that they had, quote, urgent and grave concerns about the DOJ's failure to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which passed overwhelmingly by Congress in November. The measure was signed into law by President Donald Trump after he reversed course on his previous opposition to the legislation. The law required Attorney General Pam Bondi to release all of the files in the Justice Department's investigation into Epstein and Maxwell by December 19th, and then provide Congress with a report identifying the categories of records as well as summaries of redactions and their corresponding legal basis. In a separate filing Thursday, Justice Department officials told Engelmayer that the department had made, quote, substantial progress and remains focused on releasing materials under the act promptly while protecting victim privacy, unquote. The officials said that more than 500 people had been taked with reviewing. I don't know if they spelled that wrong. Have been taked with reviewing the have been tasked. That's what they meant to say. More than 500 people have been tasked with reviewing the remaining records. Even prosecutors working on the Nicolas Maduro case have been asked to take part in the effort, the New York Times reported. In a filing earlier this month, the Justice Department said it had so far released 12,285 documents among some 2 million that it was reviewing. The most recent in 8 sets of the released files was made public in late November. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee noted Saturday that nearly a month had passed since the December 19th deadline. The American people deserve transparency, the committee wrote on X. In an interview with CNN, Khanna said that support for the files to be made public has, quote, broken through real culture, not just politics, unquote, citing an auto worker in Michigan who reportedly yelled at the president over the issue earlier this week. Epstein was found dead in his jail cell in New York City in 2019 as he was awaiting to stand trial on sex trafficking charges. Officials ruled his death a suicide. Maxwell, Epstein's longtime confidant, is currently serving a 20-year sentence for her role in luring teenage girls to be abused by Epstein over the course of a decade. Engelmayer is currently overseeing Maxwell's attempt to have her conviction invalidated. Last month, he granted a request by federal prosecutors to unseal grand jury records for her case, citing the Epstein Files Transparency Act. In Friday's filing signed by Clayton, officials wrote that, quote, The court did not and respectfully should not mandate such disclosures. So they running scared. They are running scared. They are running terrified. They know the jig is up. They know it's over. They know they're about to get exposed. They know it's over. Let me play this clip right quick. Oh, my bad. That's the wrong clip. I thought that was Pam Bondi saying she had the files on her desk. It's over. And they can continue to stall and do all these games. Right now, they're looking to hold Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton in contempt of Congress for allegedly, in their words, defying a subpoena. These people are breaking the law, AC. They are breaking the law. The Epstein Files Transparency Act says it plain out. You cannot, that not only they were supposed to release all the files on December 19th. There were to be no redactions of names out of embarrassment. The only redactions are supposed to be victims. You have entire pages that are blacked out, which I don't know, I assume are pictures. And they're supposed to come to Congress to explain this stuff. But they know the game is over. And I'm actually, I'm not happy that Pam Bondi is defined. I want the names to come out. I want justice for these victims, for these young girls. And we're gonna get into a couple of new details I found when going through the Epstein files in a second. But Pam Bondi, just like Kristi Noem, is lining herself up for a jail cell after this term is over. She is breaking the law. She knows she's breaking the law. And I don't have the clip of when she was getting grilled by Senator Whitehouse, but she was doing that. But Senator Whitehouse asked her, were you ordered to redact Donald Trump's names from the Epstein files? And she just does that little snide thing that MAGA likes to do, where they smirk at you and they look at you like, who the fuck is this dude? And she said, Senator, I'm not going to discuss any of that with you. And Senator Whitehouse told her to her face, you may not want to talk about it right here, but eventually you are gonna have to answer for your conduct in this situation. And let me bring my brother Boxing Scholar up. So she's just running out of rope to unalive herself.
Yeah,
if you ask
I don't
me.
know. I'm gonna be honest. Pam Bondi, in my opinion, is the one that's making the smartest moves. You know what I'm saying? Because she did have that moment where she told the president, no, that's not going to go down. And she did disagree with some of his facts. So she's playing the game that says this: what I'm doing at the very worst, they'll disbar me. I will not go to jail because I'm not getting involved in any of money making schemes at that we know of right now. But if she's involved in any of these money making schemes, yeah, you going to jail, lady. But where she is right now, that delicate line that she's walking, she's just gonna face a disbarment. And
She might face contempt of Congress.
Yeah.
And perjury. She lied multiple times in that hearing. Under oath. On top of the fact, AC, she's not free from the money schemes. Right now, Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi are reviewing whether they should give Donald Trump $275 million.
Yeah, for that bullshit
in
complaint.
damages.
Now,
Because
if she does that, that's a guarantee to the jail cells. If
right.
she does that right there, that's the guarantee to the jail cells. Because you just pulled the Brett Favre with that welfare fund.
But I'm gonna let my brother Boxer Scholar come in here. Boxer Scholar, what's your reaction? I just read an article concerning a court filing from the DOJ because Representative Connor and Representative Thomas Massey are trying to have an independent auditor put on the Epstein files to stop all the fuckery going on with Pam Bondi and the DOJ. And the DOJ is now set in a court filing. Well, Judge, they don't have the authority to ask for that, and Judge, you don't even have the authority to order us to do that.
I look at it like this, Marky Dan. I felt like Donald Trump presidency and administration is the great purge, meaning like a lot of our early documents and discourse about the Constitution was the interpretation of the law. And here we have administration that don't give a damn about interpretation or the law. They basically do what the hell they want to do and then make it up as they go along or go reach for old laws like the Monroe Doctrine or whatever the case may be. But Donald Trump is not going to be president forever. Who knows if he's even going to be alive in 3 years, to be honest. You know, man, eat McDonald's, don't get a lot of sleep. And for a man that at that advanced stage, you know, it could cause a lot of different illnesses. So you know, they are toast after he's gone. It's no like they haven't learned from Rudy Giuliani. Like that dude, if it was Steve Bannon either, like if Donald Trump had not won that second time around, then those people would still be like in hot water, but they willing to risk it all. Like it's like they don't understand that they're like a person at the craps table that just like, just got that little ace jumping in their eye. They can't see long term. They're selling out for the immediate thinking that they'll be okay. But Donald Trump's gonna test everybody knowledges of the law and what they're willing to put up with. Because, like, I mean, how many impeachable offenses does this MFR already have already? That's insane. The amount of like courts he disobeys, the amount of he just like you brought it up on my channel, like the fact that he's meeting with oil executives to do a military tactic to remove the president of Venezuela, and you don't notify Congress. Like that is absolutely insane. And then you say, well, you know what? I could do it. Have you ever heard of the Monroe Doctrine? No, and I'm pretty sure you didn't either. I'm pretty sure you probably used AI after you did it and said, what law could I actually use to justify doing this? Like he's making it up as he goes. And the law is not to keep him in line, it's to keep us in line and questioning his order. It's like it's one big mind F, bro. Like you can't make this up, bro. I really feel like I hope that I just wake up tomorrow and realize I was in a twilight zone.
I think that, and I honestly think that, I think a time traveler did something in 2015, whether they maybe stepped on a worm or maybe they accidentally killed somebody. Something happened in 2015 where a time traveler came to our timeline, and as a result of him doing that, Donald Trump became president, and now we're just stuck in this weird timeline.
Well, I know exactly
And
what happened. It was
yeah,
a gay scientist named Bubba who couldn't live in his truth during his time. So he invented a time machine to go back in time to get Trump to blow up.
Yo, I'm gonna say this. You know the one thing everybody stopped talking about, and I would just love to see what it looks like today. I would love to see what the White House looks like right now. Because if you're talking about impeachable offenses, this man destroyed the entire East Wing. And we have no pictures. They
like at
don't,
a certain point,
no one takes,
That Supreme Court decision cannot protect him. Like that's not to do something that's just blatantly illegal. He had to go through multiple historic boards and commissions to get that construction approved. He didn't do that. That's illegal. At
You want to talk?
some point, he cannot be protected by it's an official act. Nah, bro. He knew what he was doing.
yeah.
When he took down the Kennedy Center was literally created by Congress. And this motherfucker went up there and changed the name and had a construction crew come in and put his name on it. He gotta go. Like one of these that he gotta go. He has to go to jail.
But that's what I'm only asking because we don't see the White House at all. There are no pictures of the White House. No one, like, when you look at the White House, you look at an old picture before he took down the East Wing, even when they show it on the news. No one shows what this building looks like right now with half of with a good portion
Bro,
of
it
it
looked like
just
bro. The White
completely
House
gone.
looks like the top of Donald Trump's head. That's what it looked like. Just out of order.
Like you
Did you
got
see?
you literally got the White House looking like, you know, some redneck's front yard. Half of
Yo,
it's, you know, under half construction. It might be some cars, some grass, some other shit. A bulldozer parked up there for no goddamn reason. It's like, man, that's what the White House look like right now.
one day he's gonna get a knock from a Karen talking about him bringing the property value down in the neighborhood. But you know what's even more crazy, bro, is that Donald Trump is sitting at the table, right? And he's with the execs. That right there should just be alarming. That right there should be the guy who was gonna drain the swamp, right? Is with the same swamp that got us into the Iraq war. But he's sitting and he didn't even brief Congress. He's briefing them, right? Like, wonder how this is going to turn out. And then he's over there. He's supposed to do the conference to talk about them and justify why they're doing it. So he get the expert politicians, the Rubios and them, to try to, you know, keep some safeguards around them, stare him back in there like an old man, you know? And he has so he ventures off and starts talking about something, and Marco hands him a note. Oh, Marco wants me to start talking about Chevron. He wants me to talk about Chevron. Marco, thank you, Marco. And it's just like, bro, these are the same people that said that Joe Biden.
And you see did you see like the life come out of Marco? Like Marco doesn't know, like, do I laugh to try and play it off? Like, oh, Mr.
Yes,
President.
like this stupid.
Or do I like act serious? Like, what the fuck do Marco Rubio look like? He got a knife in him, bro.
But
He look like he just
check
watched
this.
his kids get executed.
But check this out, though, Marky. Check this out. So yeah, Marco look in the face like, what this over? But you remember not that long ago they were saying that the government was a coup because there was a shadow government that was controlling Joe Biden because he was out of his mind. And here they're handing Donald Trump's notes that he's reading out loud. And then in that same meeting, he gets up randomly and goes and is like, yeah, it's gonna be beautiful. And just starts looking out the window at rubble, like incomplete rubble, during the presser, and everybody's like, what the fuck? Donnie, are you okay? Donnie, are you okay? What is going on? He's acting like Joe Biden, and they act like they don't see it.
Bro, hold on.
I'll let you go, AC. I'll let you go. But the craziest thing, like everything he says about Biden is a complete projection of himself. Like sleepy Joe Biden. Nigga falls asleep every other cabinet meeting. Oh, Joe Biden had a pen. He didn't know any of his people he was pardoning. This nigga don't know nobody he's pardoning. Oh, those are executive orders. They weren't real. They were from the people around Biden. He didn't know what he was signing. This motherfucker, literally, every time Trump signs an executive order, he has somebody next to him. He says, oh, what's this? And they literally read it out for him. And he says, oh, that sounds important. That's the shit, bro. Like, you can, everything he says about Joe Biden is projection.
Bro,
everything.
Hold on. Did y'all see one of his latest, like, supposed to have been softball interviews where he was interviewed by this lady dressed in all red, and she had asked him, you know, about what does he think his biggest accomplishments with the economy is and things like that. This dude started to talk about, he was like, you know, what we accomplished in my administration, you know, you used to go and you take a shower, go to the expensive hotels, you want to take a shower. The water's like, beep, 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 beep. You know, I kid you not. He was like, beep, 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 you know. And what we did was we fixed that. So now the water pressure is like, comes out really hard. And what we also did was, you know, we got rid of paper straws because, you know, paper straws can be saggy.
We had to get rid of paper straws. How was I gonna blow Bubba? Huh? How was I gonna do?
He actually came out with an executive order.
Hold on. The lady was leaned forward, and then she just abruptly just leaned back and crossed her leg and was like, Oh my God, I really have to interview this dumb motherfucker. Like, yo, every question she asked this dude, he gave some off the wall answer that had nothing to do with the question she asked. And it's like, okay, we're not gonna see this dude's brain in spaghetti because you're asked about your economy, your biggest accomplishment, what you think was economically, and you told us that you changed water pressure and you got rid of paper straws. Like, nah, man, nah, no, no,
No, but no,
no.
Donald Trump, his brain is definitely pudding. We're gonna touch on Greenland in a second. I just want to go through.
What you mean, Iceland?
Oh my God,
Yeah,
you beat
yeah.
me by 2 seconds. You beat me. You literally beat me by 2 seconds. Iceland.
I mean, just unhinged. But I just want to go through a couple of new things I found in the Epstein files. I already sent it to you, to Boxer Scholar and AC, but I just want to show the audience that's still here. So right here, you see a dentist chair. Apparently Epstein Island had a dentist had its own dentist facility. And then the real creepy part is you see the masks on the walls. Like apparently those masks are attached to hooks, meaning they can be taken on and taken off the wall, which means they're probably more there for functionality than decoration. So just with the and then with the context of this being a depraved rapist, I mean just let your imagination work for itself. I also had photos of a little box, like it looked like a little shed that he had out there on the island. I don't have the picture of it here, but it looked like these two places to me look like a couple of grape dungeons. That's just my opinion. Then some more disturbing things. You see Epstein here. This is a photo apparently he has on his desk with a child victim sitting in his lap. I'm not going. I don't have any more details on that. That's just disturbing. Then you see something even more disturbing. We have Epstein here, half naked, and then a child's leg, two legs can be seen right there. I'm not. I mean, geez. Then we see that Epstein just had an Israeli Defense Force hoodie just on hand, just for whatever reason. He just had this. Very
Well,
odd. This on
Marky,
top of the fact, Boxer Scholar, it was confirmed that Epstein had an Austrian passport back in 1980, before he even got rich. So I just want to go over a couple of more of these, and now I'll get your thoughts, Boxer Scholar. Then we have this email. This is from a victim who was reaching out to an FBI special agent about the Ghislaine Maxwell case. But here she says, and you see a lot of the stuff is blacked out. Obviously, I said it's a victim and a special agent that was involved in this. But it says, "Dear blank, I am following the case against Ghislaine Maxwell with interest. I understand that many friends of Epstein accused of abusing minors in court documents released in the Ghislaine Maxwell proceedings will all get an opportunity to defend themselves. In other words, deny all Ghislaine Maxwell proceedings will all uh, in other words, deny all wrongdoings. I do not know if any accusations have been made about Nigel Oakes. He certainly runs in the same circle as Trump and enjoys protection from the royal family. He abused me while I was a child in the UK in front of my sister." So she's saying right there she had witnesses to the crime. If any young woman had have named him directly, then I can save them from being accused of lying. Nigel Oakes is a PDF file, and a particularly bad one from my own experience. I have tried to ascertain whether Nigel Oakes is on the Lolita Express flight logs, but have not been able to download this data. Rich PDF files stick together, and Nigel Oakes could easily know Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell socially and in business. Now, for those of you who are asking, who is Nigel Oakes? Nigel Oakes was the founder and owner of Cambridge Analytica. And Cambridge Analytica, for those of you who don't know, was a tool used by Donald Trump's campaign in 2015 to win in 2016 to win the election the first time. And essentially, it took people's data. It used their cookies the cookies that they leave behind on websites to track their data and to know what type of ad campaign they could put out there. Which a lot of people, and not only that, he's famous for coming up with mass population behavioral theory and different psyops. So this individual, who once again, another individual very close to Donald Trump, is being accused of rape. Further on, this is the second to last thing, but I'm not gonna read the entire thing. I mean, it's very sad. I really almost cried reading this stuff because it's about a girl who was abused from the time she was 13 years old, and her parents essentially set her up. But right here, you see it highlighted. It says, during one of Doe's encounters with Epstein, he took her to Mar-a-Lago, where he introduced her to its owner, Donald J. Trump. Introducing 14-year-old Doe to Donald J. Trump, Epstein elbowed Trump playfully, asking him, referring to Doe, quote, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and Doe felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. Like that part at the bottom about too young to understand why, and she felt uncomfortable. That's a knife in my heart to me. Like, that was a young lady who had no protection around her, nothing, and then you have these two devils disguised as human beings planning on what they were going to do to her. But Boxer Scholar, I'm gonna come to you first. You
Also,
got
I
any
didn't have a
thoughts on these new
statement earlier.
disclosures?
I had a question because there was a connection between Ghislaine, Epstein, and Israel, right? Like, what was the connection again?
The connection was that they found this Israeli Defense Force sweatshirt.
No, but there's a deeper connection
No,
to
no,
why
no.
he was.
It's through Ghislaine Maxwell's upbringing. I think it's her father with the CIA, and they introduced her to someone high up in the Israel government and stuff like that. So Ghislaine Maxwell had these, like her parents had these heavy political ties and stuff like that. Ghislaine inherits those heavy political ties that she knows, like high level people in in Israeli government, the UK parliament
Yep,
and stuff like that.
through her father,
Yeah, through her
because
father and
her
stuff.
father was a partisan. I didn't even know that about Bob Maxwell. He actually fought in World War II.
Is that why he's wearing the hoodie? It's because of that connection.
Oh, no.
No, no, she's
And not
not
only that,
Jewish. I don't think
he
she's
was
Jewish.
Jewish. Yeah, he was Jewish,
Mm,
Oh, he
and yeah,
was?
was very involved in Mossad.
mm. I knew there
So
was
there
a
you go.
connection between him and Israel. I just didn't know what it was. It's
There
crazy.
you go. There you go. On top of the fact, like I said earlier, not only that, AC, you were asking me earlier about in another episode about the files and the votes Epstein got. Apparently, this is one of them. This is one of them, and he has multiple of them,
Wow.
and he just has all these files stored away, waiting for the right moment. Unfortunately, it didn't work for him. But you got any thoughts, AC, about these new disclosures and just the horrific crap that this last thing, it really broke my heart to read that stuff about what they did to this girl.
Like the mind when you hear the description. He took her to Mar-a-Lago, right? He took her to Mar-a-Lago. He then introduces her to the owner, Donald J. Trump. Epstein then, where Donald Trump was, he probably stepped over to Donald Trump's side. That's how you nudge somebody in the side, and you say this is a good one. And Donald Trump's reaction, right? If you said what you said, he was a bad person, and that's why I kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. You know what I'm saying? And you were hearing the complaints. When you actually saw that, whether that was first, second, third, in between, at whatever point, this dude shows up with a 14-year-old girl and he nudges you and says, that's a good one. You nod and then start smiling and chuckling. That tells me way more than your denial. You don't
And
have a plausible
we've
denial
seen
for
that.
that
We literally,
reaction. A
we
grown man who's not into that would, like, at that particular moment, it would have been a matter of disgust. Get the get out of here. Take this little girl and y'all get up out of here. Don't come back. If you want to project what you said you were projecting, your reaction tells everybody way more than whatever is to come from it. Because now, to me, that's a sort of confirmation. That is a real life confirmation to me that, number one, you knew what was going on. Number two, you didn't have a problem what was going on. Number three, most likely you were participating in some way. So at the end of the day, for me, that's all the confirmation I need. Because a dude like that cannot bring a young lady to me and nudge me and say, is that a good one? I'm going to look at you. I probably swing on you, beat you up, call the police, try to inform this girl parents like, yo, this dude just brought your daughter to me. I have no idea what he thinks I'm on, what type of man I am. I just called the cops. He's laid out on my living room floor. You need to come get your daughter. You feel what I'm saying? So that's confirmation. That is confirmation. You are just as bad as this man. You are Ghislaine Maxwell. So no, you are part of this because you don't have that reaction if you're not.
how many times you think this image has happened, AC? Where Donald Trump and Epstein just next to each other, jiving, chuckling, nudging each other, looking at little girls.
Bro, let's just say it like this. You take the total number of victims, and I would say multiply it by either 5 or 10, and you still may be off by another 10, 20,000. If this is my best friend, you got a jet, I got a jet. That's how we move. It's like, where you at? Oh, I'm in Rome. Yo, all right. What you doing tonight? I don't know. Well, I'll be in Rome within the next 6 hours. We'll meet up. You got a jet, I got a jet. That's how we do. You can get across the country, I can get across. We got jets. You know what I'm saying? I'm not subject to getting on a plane and going through baggage. We got jets. These are real jet setters. You're sitting on your
Look
jet.
where this picture happened. On a
On the
jet.
jet. You feel what I'm saying? These dudes got jets. So for them to get up and, yo, no, I got a couple of meetings, but I got probably
Bro, I gotta take this
5
off
or
the
6.
screen. This man's face is disgusting me.
I got like 5 or 6 hours free, but then I got an early morning meeting. So, I'll fly out there. We'll hang out, and then I'll get my rest and everything on my jet. Like, come on, man. Come on. Like, I don't listen. That is complete confirmation. That changes my whole perspective about everything at this particular point. That one piece right there says it all for me. And this is probably why Dan Bongino was reading a bunch of stuff like that. And even though there may not be anything that directly implicates him, like the smoking gun of everything, it's going to be tons of instances like this.
I think there is.
But I think there is, though.
There's
You and me
so many.
both.
I believe that Mar-a-Lago was the center of it. I don't care what
Mar-a-Lago, Jeffrey,
nobody says. I believe Mar-a-Lago is where these girls were being taken to so they could be trafficked out to the other rich men.
Bro,
Okay?
I'm gonna say it like
Then
this.
remember we were on here and
Yeah.
there was the drawing in the book with
Yeah.
Mar-a-Lago.
Yes. And remember when I said it's the trifecta: Mar-a-Lago, the island, and the jets. Mar-a-Lago,
Even if Donald Trump was not,
and the jets.
even if Donald Trump did not actually engage in intercourse with any of these young ladies, or excuse me, not young lady, any of these girls, excuse me. Even if he didn't do that, even if he didn't sexually abuse anybody or do anything against another adult woman's consent, you knew about this sex trafficking operation, and you had a piece. You were taking a piece of it. I don't care what nobody says.
He is
This
Delaney
dude was taking
Maxwell,
a
and I
piece.
think that's more likely. You feel what I'm saying? Because I don't think I'm not trying to give this man a pass. Not by a long shot. I think eventually, once a lot of things get done and said, there's gonna be a small pocket of women now, but who are young girls, who he was like, nah, I don't really want them that young. I want something a little bit older. That's where Donald Trump is gonna. That's where you're gonna find him. You're not gonna find him with the 13, 14s, and 15-year-olds. You're gonna find him with the 17s. That's his low limit. Because then when you look at the women who was talking about the beauty pageant stuff, how he walked in, he knew that the many of those girls were 17, but yet he still wanted to walk in, knowing that they were naked. One of the girls who testified, she was like, I was 17 at the time. He likes him in that 17 right before 18.
Matter of fact, let me play that video. Let me play that video for the audience because her last quote, like it really hurts me for her and for that young lady that I just read about because that perfectly describes these monsters.
Yeah.
Their final quote in this video.
A past interview with Howard Stern now making headlines. Trump talking about how he had free reign at his beauty pageants.
I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clue. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Today, a former Miss Arizona who calls herself a conservative going public in an interview with KCBS describing what she says happened backstage with Trump at a Miss USA pageant.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis.
Tasha Dixon detailing her discomfort.
To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him, get his attention.
She describes feeling helpless.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. Everybody works for him. That's how they wanted to have these little girls. Yeah. Isolated. Under their wing. Like my mother was telling me a story that she heard from a federal prosecutor that she's known for a long time. She said that two young model girls went to Epstein Island and they were thinking, yeah, we're just gonna party. It's nice. He's cool. Within the first 2 hours, he told them, get in that room and get naked. And he just used all types of sex toys on them for hours. And then afterwards, he just left them alone, and they were just sitting there quiet looking at each other. That's trauma. And that's like, bro, like that like the fact that a monster like that is the president of the United States of America.
Yeah.
Like
And people
what I
voted
said
for him
earlier.
twice. People voted for this man twice.
After he got that civil judgment against him for raping E. Jean Carroll. And the deposition tape of Donald Trump is out there. The part of that tape where he says, she said it was very sexy to be raped. She said it was very sexy and she loved it. She loved it. That tape is out there for the whole public to go and watch.
Yeah.
And they still went and voted for that guy. Where has my country gone? That's the name of this stream, AC. Where has my goddamn country gone?
Yeah, so you asked that question, where has the country gone? What has happened that media and everybody slowly adjusted people to just think of these things as normal politics. There is nothing normal about these type of politics. There's nothing normal about this guy. You can't normalize this guy, to me, no way, no how. You can't, oh, well, you know.
Like you wouldn't raise your, I don't give a fuck if you're a conservative. Or you would not raise your child to be a Donald Trump.
No.
Ever.
No. So it's the weirdness. It's, the thing
He's a New York Democrat.
I don't know if it's that thing when you watch movies where at some point you start to root for the villain. Hopefully he gets away and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So if it's something like that, no, I don't know why people think Donald Trump is like me. He's a blue collar guy. He's just like me. He talks like me. Like when I hear Donald Trump talk, he don't talk like nobody I know. I know that don't have money. When every time I hear Donald Trump talk, every time you listen to Donald Trump, anytime since he's been out in the general public, even before The Apprentice, everything he was talking about was, I'm the richest, I'm the best. When they had Donald Trump on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, oh, I'm the richest, I'm the best. This you can't get anyplace else. This is one of a kind. This is no one on the globe can get it. This is You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, listen, people, this man has never changed. I don't know where y'all got this, that he talks like you. Those middle America people. Where the fuck did y'all get it? Oh,
it's the most fascinating word I've ever heard. Groceries. Groceries.
Like what? Who told you that? Sean Hannity, Fox News? Because when you listen to him,
it's the greatest word in the dictionary. Groceries.
Yo, listen, I'm like this. So what if you heard a rich guy use profanity? So what? What does that mean that tells you he's just like me? Because a rich guy said, oh, he's a son of a bitch, or he's an asshole, or you know what? Fuck that guy. He's just a rich dude that'll tell you, your broke ass, you know what? Fuck that guy. Get him out of my face. You ain't got no money. What are you talking about? Get out of here.
Like this man is like like Donald Trump is a once in a he's a once in a he's a once in a 300-year anomaly.
Con man.
I mean, nothing about this man resembles all the other presidents. I mean, the man is a draft dodging coward. He's never had to work for a thing in his fucking life. He's never had to even go buy his own groceries. He's a sexual. Yes, he is a sexual predator. He raped E. Jean Carroll. He's friends with the most prolific sexual predator. This guy is not nothing like nobody around me at all whatsoever.
Because people find him. It's when you
He's
look at it.
entertaining. He's entertaining. I give him that. He's
No,
entertaining.
when you look at it, it's Ronald Reagan. He was an actor. You know what I'm saying?
But he
You know
wasn't
nothing
batshit
about.
crazy.
He didn't really know nothing about nothing. But he became a governor and then ran for president. Jesse Ventura. You feel what I'm saying? After Jesse Ventura, then you had Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know what I'm saying? So they looked at that formula and said, yeah, we just need the right guy that has those qualities, but dumb as hell, and he could just sign off on this stuff. This goes way, way back to the early days of Steve Bannon's rise. Steve Bannon kept on saying, listen, Republicans, we just need a candidate. He doesn't have to be the smartest guy. He just has to have some charisma. We could sell him how we want to sell him. And, we could get this guy and he could just write off, sign off on all of this stuff. And this is when he was on the conservative movement. Rush Limbaugh was also on that same type of energy. You know what I'm saying? So they originally thought it was going to be not Rick Santos. What was the Texas governor dude's name? You there, Marky?
My bad. I was on mute. I said Greg Abbott, but I think you might be thinking of Florida.
No, the Texas governor. The dude
Greg
with
Abbott.
the hat that couldn't remember the EPA.
Yeah, that's Greg Abbott.
Oh, that's Greg Abbott? No, that's not Greg Abbott. He had dark colored hair, big Texan dude. When he was running in 2016, and it came to him, he was like, we got to get rid of these 5 branches of government. The first one is, you know the dude I'm talking about now, right?
No, I don't know what he's talking about, but he sounds like a dumbass.
Yeah, but what Rick something, he was the Texas governor. That was supposed to be him. When he fumbled that moment, that's when Donald Trump people stepped in and said, yeah, we're going to replace him with Trump. Because remember, all the real Republicans were shutting Trump out because Trump didn't know what he was saying. They was like, yeah, he's not going to make it. Trump's polling was horrible. But when Rick messed that, when the Texas governor messed that up, and then Donald Trump started to like, yeah, look at these guys. They don't even remember what they're supposed to remember. You were like me. I'll remember because my brain is so smart. I went here. I went to this school. I went to Wharton School of Business. I did this. I did that. And that's when Marco Rubio tried to come out and say something. And Trump smashed him and said, Marco Rubio, you've been rehearsing that all day long. I saw you backstage rehearsing it. Little Marco. And that's when he came out with the Little Marco stuff. So Trump, when that, I wish I can remember.
I understand why he won the nominee. Like that's, I ain't gonna
yeah.
like just not the context of all it. Like if you knew what was gonna happen now, you probably wouldn't have voted. But I remember being a teenager and watching all that shit, bro. That stuff was fire. I ain't even gonna lie. I liked Trump at that time when he was up there and he was the anti-establishment guy. And man, Lil Marco, shut your bitch ass up and go sit in the corner. We got some grown folks talking over here.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
That stuff he came into doing, that stuff that he came in, it was what Steve Bannon, what Rush Limbaugh was asking for that type of candidate. He wasn't the establishment. The establishment Republican that was supposed to be that dude after Mitt Romney's loss was that Texas governor. He had the big silver gun with the barrel, big silver Winchester handgun, and he would wear the holster and stuff like that with the cowboy boots. I fucking wish I could remember this dude's name. But at the end of the day, the mere fact that he fumbled everything and then couldn't get it together because he was the oil exec. He was the exec that was going to bring oil back in. Texas oil and everything about Texas is big, so America's going to be big and beautiful and all of this kind of stuff. And when he completely fumbled that, you just opened the doorway for Donald Trump now to just turn it up to 10, and that's what he did, and he won all of those Republicans.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he won independent-minded people who might have not wanted an establishment candidate or somebody like a Hillary Clinton. I think it was just a perfect storm. Also, her being a woman. So it was just a perfect storm for Donnie to get in there. But moving away from all the Epstein file stuff, if you in the building and you just coming in, please smash that like button. Salute to Calvin Barrett. Trump is oddly close to Epstein. We agree, Calvin Barrett. We just, me and AC just spent the last 30 minutes of it going over some new disclosures in the Epstein files. I mean, he's a disgusting sexual predator. And I can even call Donald Trump a rapist because he was found guilty of rape by a jury in the case of E. Jean Carroll. So Donald Trump is a rapist. He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And that is correct, Calvin Barrett. Donald Trump is a 30-count felon. So, but outside of all those embarrassing things for Donnie Boy, Donnie was in Davos, Switzerland yesterday. And he delivered, like, even the MAGA people cannot seriously look at this and say to themselves, yeah, that's our guy. Like, this was the most embarrassing piece of crap. Like, and that's impressive even for him, AC. You remember that speech he had, or no, that press brief he had about Tylenol? This may have been as bad as that one. And I didn't think anything could have ever matched that one, that Tylenol press conference he had, where he said, "Oh well, I heard down in Cuba they have no Tylenol, and they got no autism in Cuba. I heard that. I don't know if that's true, but I heard that." It was basically like he said, "I heard this thing. I don't know if it's true." Hey, dude, this fucking guy is a cartoon character. I don't know where you can find people like this. And then you make this guy the president of the United States. Like, bro, let me just play the video.
Well, thank you very much, Larry. It's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies. Certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say, I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere. And we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now.
You can immediately tell where he trails off or where he
sought to purchase Greenland. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired. There's nothing wrong with it. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we
would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, God. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. We're building a...
Let me stop it right there. This guy, and I'm going to curse, he's a fucking retard. He is a fucking retard. And whoever wrote him that speech, because you can literally see where he's leaning over to try and squint so that he could read the teleprompter, and you could tell immediately where he just starts to ad-lib and just say stuff. Number one, the only time the NATO article I think it's Article 12, I'm not sure, but the only time NATO has ever been called into
Article
action
5.
is
It's
when
Article
the
5.
United States was attacked after 9/11. They followed us into Afghanistan and Iraq. Like if you're a European family and your son or your daughter died in one of those pointless ass wars, and you're sitting there listening to this fucking retard. Like whoever is pushing this man, they are trying to destroy our country. They are trying to destroy our country, AC. They are trying to destroy the most important alliance in the history of humanity. NATO alliance countries, we have amazing prosperity. Amazing. And then there's no need to even threaten an ally like Greece. First off, this whole thing about China is gonna take over Greece. I mean, how dumb does this? I don't even have the. How dumb do these people think we are? Russia is engaged in a war with Ukraine where they're losing hundreds of thousands of people per year. Why would they then divert resources to Greenland? Not only that, Chinese companies are already banned from coming to Greenland because they used to have Chinese drilling companies up there who were trying to get uranium, and they're no longer there. They've been gone since 2021. But outside of all that, bro, this guy is just a fucking retard. He's a dummy. He's and I apologize for using that R word. I apologize. But this guy's a dummy. He's an invalid. Like he's literally he is an Alzheimer's patient. I don't even have the words. Like he's a 1 in 300 year anomaly. A 1 in 250 year anomaly where the people of America just decide F it. No matter how depraved this man is. I mean, Ronald Reagan, a lot of people say, with him and Jimmy Carter, that Jimmy Carter was like bitter medicine. You knew it was good for you, but you didn't like it. But Ronald Reagan was like hot molasses. Oh, give me more of that stuff. And they went with their worst instincts. But Ronald Reagan, at the very least, from what I've never heard about him being involved with any sex trafficking rings. I've never heard about this guy being sued and held civilly liable for sexually abusing another person. Like, I don't know what's wrong with, where has my country gone? Where has my country gone? It was just here 1 minute ago. Shout out South Park, man. But this is not good, AC. This is not good. We are a laughing stock on the world stage. The other day, AC, the NBA was in London and they were singing the national anthem, and somebody screamed out, "Leave Greenland alone!" And the whole crowd erupted in the middle of the national anthem. We are a laughing stock on the
Yeah.
world stage. Go ahead, go in. What's your reaction to all the effort? And then on top of the fact, one more thing, AC. He chickened out. He announced. Hold on, let me. Donald Trump announced today that he will no longer be that he's finally ruled out military force, and that he's come to another framework of a deal. So Trump is chickened out as he always has. Go ahead, AC.
Yeah. In that deal, he was asked several times.
Most of the stuff in that framework of the deal we already have with them.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not acquiring Greenland. There is no path for you to acquire Greenland. And you said you made this deal for eternity. So for eternity, you're never gonna acquire Greenland. So that's how they just played you. When you hear that speech and you hear him trying to say his threats and all of this other kind of stuff, you know, he was pathetic. Like his energy, his tone, how sickly he sounds. Like he's you know, it's just like, my friend, just go sit in a rocking chair and let your best days go by. Like what you're doing right now, it's pathetic. It's sad. You keep trying to come across like you're projecting strength, but you're projecting buffoonery. Like your mere presence is that of a buffoon in a blue suit and a bright red tie. Like that's who you are. You know, there's you've shown the world that there's nothing scary about you. So everyone's looking at you like, we're not going to do this. Macron dismantled you. You know what I'm saying? Macron is showing up to be the world leader. So at the end of the day, where this country is right now as a snapshot, when you hear people say, you know, we talk about third world countries, that's who we are right now. At this moment, I'm not saying we can't bounce back. This is America. You know what I'm saying? I believe we can bounce back. But we have to first understand what your game is. What is the game you playing? You got me standing on the board and you're trying to move all these pieces around me. So what's the game you playing? Oh, you going after voting rights. You're going after voting rights. Okay. So now that we know that's your final move, you go out here, you say this crap over there, and you try to do this. Somebody was putting it in the chat. Your peace deal or what? However the hell you named it, it was the most stupidest name in the world.
The peace board.
Huh?
The peace board.
The peace board, yeah. Like,
which, by the way, Israel, they just killed 400 people in one day.
And you're gonna sign up for a peace board.
Like what they talking about moving to a stage 2 of the peace plan. Like when did stage 1 end?
Exactly. And here's the thing. You just had Putin come out in a video and tell Donald Trump, we will donate $1 billion to the causes of your peace board. And also it had something to do with the Nobel Peace Prize. Like, come, like,
Bro, I didn't even We might have ended this live and I wouldn't have read this letter. I completely forgot about this letter. To any Donald Trump fanboys, fangirls, punks, and cult members, this is your guy. This is your guy who you are trying to hold up against Barack Obama. I want you to live with that. Okay? Because your grandchildren are gonna have the beauty of technology in 20, 30 years. And you're gonna have to explain to them that you put this idiot into the White House. When they look back throughout history and they see all the other professional presidents and all the other greats like FDR, Teddy Roosevelt, Barack Obama, this is the fucking guy that you hedged all your bets on, Grandpa. But it says here, Dear Jonas, and he's sending this letter to the ambassador of Norway to the U.S. Dear Jonas, considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Peace Prize for having stopped 8 wars plus, I no longer feel an obligation to think merely of peace, although it will always be predominant. But I can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. Denmark cannot protect that land from Russia or China. And why do they have a quote right of ownership anyway? There are no written documents. It's only that a boat landed there hundreds of years ago, but we had boats landing there also. I have done more than this fucking guy. I have done more for NATO than any other person since its founding. And now NATO should do something for the United States. The world is not secure unless they have complete and total control of Greenland. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. This guy, his brain is pudding. His brain is pudding. He said, I have done more for NATO than any other person. So think about the service members that have died in Iraq and Afghanistan. This fat, bloated fuck just said he's done more for NATO than them. I don't even have the words. And then he's up there literally talking about colonialism and trying to think of pretext for invading and taking over Greenland. When he's talking about they had boats land there, but we also had boats land there. I mean, you got any words, AC?
I wish I didn't.
With the White House's letterhead. That is the letterhead of the White House.
It's again. This is going to go into the presidential archives. This will probably wind up in the Smithsonian or some museum and stuff like that, and it's going to be the testament of the buffoonery. Like the generation that voted for Trump the first time and the second time, little kids are going to frown upon those people and say, well, why didn't anybody do anything about it? And then their teachers are going to say, well, the Supreme Court gave a ruling. Yeah, but excuse me, teacher. So when Joe Biden was president, didn't he have that same power? Yes, but he was an institutionalist and he respected the institution. Yeah, but look at the results of his respect for the institution. At some point when the engine is broke, you have to literally pop the hood to find out what's wrong. You just can't trust that turning it off, pumping the gas, and then turning it back on is going to make the car work again. So the teachers are going to explain to these kids, and this was the problem back then with the institutionalists, because they upheld a certain ideology that failed in the face of practicality. This is why we have these new laws now. And from that point on, it's going to be all of these new laws. And the Constitution, maybe the Supreme Court is abolished by that point, because it was the Supreme Court ruling that allowed for many of these things to happen. So when you look at this, it's going to be a whole wing of the sheer buffoonery of how America almost lost itself. And it wasn't until everyone recognized that our voting rights were being threatened and we all coalesced behind that one cause and then said, listen, this is not a race war, this is class. They want to strip our voting rights out of class, and we're half of the population. So we got to do something about this. And that turning point at the 2026 midterm is how things got back on track. If that happens, it's a free-for-all. If we lose the 2026 elections, it's a free-for-all. Nothing, there is no guardrails, there is nothing to stop that man. So all I'm saying is that letter right there is going to go in museums along with that and every picture, and by that time the Epstein files will come out to where that'll been made into a documentary. You know what I'm saying? A narrative documentary to where it's certain things and where people don't want to testify or give their testimony. The narrator's just reading through these documents. You know what I'm saying? So many years from now, it's that question is gonna be on SAT questions and all of these kind of things that'll be talked about for hundreds of years. But that short period of time, where did America go? From January 2020, January 20th, 2025 to, till the midterms, those 2 years, how did we lose the country? The country was lost. So yeah,
Absolutely.
that's archives.
It's gonna go down in history. He's gonna go down in history as the most corrupt president, the most unintelligent, the most tired. Um, I mean, just the worst president in modern United States history. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna say the worst, because obviously you got guys like Andrew Jackson. But we're gonna move on to the final topic of the night. In lieu of 1 year. All right, hold on. We got a comment in the chat from Miss Lynn's cow. Every unconstitutional directive from Trump, excuse me, every unconstitutional directive Trump has given will be rescinded. Absolutely. Because he's not even dumb enough to try and get it into law. So soon as we get another person in there, it's all gonna be over for them. All these ICE people, they all going to jail. It's over for them. But the last topic of tonight, I want to get into AC. It being over a year since, excuse me, it being a year since Trump term 2 started. You remember that thing? What was that thing called? Dog what was it called? Doggy? What was it called? AC? Doge? What was it? What was the? Oh, Doge. Yeah, that's what it was. That thing that was supposed to make the government more efficient and root out fraud, waste, and abuse by the Democrats and Joe Biden. So a story has now come out, or not a story, excuse me. 2 Doge staffers at Social Security Agency may have violated Hatch Act, DOJ says. They allegedly communicated with an advocacy group seeking data, a filing said. 2 members of Elon Musk's Doge team at the SSA were referred for possible Hatch Act violations over allegedly secretly communicating with an advocacy group seeking data to overturn election results, according to the Justice Department court filing disclosed Tuesday. The filing, which says it remains unclear whether the unidentified Doge employees shared data with the unnamed advocacy groups, details emails that suggest the employees could have been asked to access SSA data to match voter rolls. SSA data, or excuse me, at the Social Security Agency determined in its recent review that in March 2025, a political advocacy group contacted two members of SSA's Doge team with a request to analyze state voter rolls that the advocacy group had acquired. Quote, unquote, excuse me, wrote senior Justice Department official Elizabeth Shapiro. Quote, the advocacy group's stated aim was to find evidence of voter fraud and to overturn election results in certain states. SSA made the two Hatch Act referrals to the U.S. Office of Special Counsel in late December 2025, according to the filing. The disclosure appeared in a Friday filing correcting earlier SSA testimony during last year's court fight over data access by the Department of Government Efficiency, which was launched by Musk to help slash the federal government. Musk, the billionaire CEO of Tesla and X, stepped down from his Doge role last spring. The court filing was first reported by Politico. A Justice Department spokesperson declined to comment when contacted by ABC News. One of the Doge employees referred to in the filing also signed an agreement that may have involved using Social Security data to help match state voter rolls, according to the court filing. The filing also said that the Doge team members used Cloudflare, an unapproved third-party server, to share SSA data outside the agency's security protocols, doing so in a way that left SSA unable to determine what information was shared or whether it still exists. Quote, Cloudflare is not approved for storing SSA data, and when used in this manner, is outside SSA data's security protocols. SSA did not know until its recent review that the Doge team members were using Cloudflare during this period. The filing reads, because Cloudflare is a third-party entity, SSA has not been able to determine whether what data were shared to Cloudflare or whether the data still exists on the server. Quote, unquote, says the filing. Wow. Wow. Like, every time I think this administration cannot get more corrupt, cannot get more incompetent, cannot just be more violently stupid, I'm just like they just turn around and smack me with a red herring. They smack me with a big old fish and tell me, look at this, boy. They let the richest man in the world into our data, AC. So, I mean, AC, they could have took your data. They could have took my data. We don't know.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's funny because I think of it like this. I think of this administration. I think of Doge and all of that early work. They knew nothing about government. So if this, their approach to this was as if they were playing a Sims game.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So they just gonna take something away. Then when the game actually acts like it's not working right for them or they fail, they're gonna try to recode it and then work it in its favor again. But that's just not the way real life works. Those Doge people are responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths in Africa because they cut off aid. They cut off life-saving medications and stuff like that. We've had towns that are under heavy quarantine because this administration has a brain in a worm dude running health. So it's just buffoonery. It's just buffoonery no matter what you look at. And people try to tell you, and it just goes to show you this. When dudes try to tell somebody, oh, you ain't got no money, you don't know what you're talking about, you broke. Yeah, the richest man in the world is stupider than me. Look at all the stupid shit this dude does. So just because you got money, that don't mean you're a genius. And people stop thinking that Elon Musk is some sort of genius. He's a branding guy.
Exactly.
He sticks his name on stuff like Donald Trump does. It's branding exercises. He does not own Tesla. Tesla existed before Elon Musk. So, come on. I have an idea. I want to rock it. I hired the smartest kids to actually build and know the statistics of my rockets. I didn't build those things. They didn't take my design. Elon Musk is not Nikola Tesla. That man had over 100 patents. We still say half the patents that man had back then, if we build them, they change the world. So just keep that in mind. Dude's an idiot. He just knows how to play the game. And he played the game to where he became a trillionaire. But when you hear him talk, look at his action, the man is an idiot. You put together a department so you can benefit it. You were smart enough to know that, listen, my companies are under all kind of government attacks. If I can get in this, I can get rid of those, defund these agencies that are going after me, I'm good to go. And that's exactly what he did, and then he became a trillionaire. Right. Where's Luigi for that
they
guy?
They took away the what was it called? It was the Financial Protection Bureau, something like that. It was created after the 08 crisis. And AC, listen to me when I say this. Listen to me when I say it. I heard this on NPR on the radio the other day. This agency has helped 200 million Americans retrieve $21 billion in defrauded funds. Like if you there's a Southern District of New York. If you want to talk about an efficient government agency that does their job of getting justice for the American taxpayer, they were it. And Elon Musk fired everybody there. Rather, Trump installed somebody as the director there, and they fired everybody. So essentially, that department, it's only alive in name, but they're gonna try to defund it. I don't think they're gonna get through. But Mike Johnson is gonna be the dummy to bring it to try and bring it to the floor, to try and destroy that government department, so that then Elon Musk could turn Twitter into like a PayPal banking app. Pay attention, bro. Like, pay attention to what's going on. I mean, they're trying to, it's like you said, they're trying to break it. They're trying to break it.
They want to short the country because in the process of, that's why, here's another
AC, did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
200 million Americans retrieved $21 billion.
And a lot of that was based off the laws that helped them do that. That was written by Barney Frank and Elizabeth Warren. So what I'm saying is this. They're trying to short the country. Meaning, when you short the country, you're betting on it to fail. You want the stock markets to crash. You want the economy to be bad. because when the big sell-off happens, you start to buy, and then when everything balances up, you sell it all off again. You double, triple, quadruple your money off the short. So basically, that's what they're trying to do with this country. Economist has said this basically when they were talking about Project 2025. It was like, this is a manuscript on how to dismantle and short the country. These guys are going to make billions and trillions of dollars if they're able to carry out what they're doing. Donald Trump has already made $1 billion. Elon Musk has already made $1 trillion. So that means what these economists was talking about actually works. The game plan that they're following works. So wake up. That's all I got to say. Wake up. And that's where I land my plane.
Most def. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. This is gonna end the stream right here, man. This was a great live, great conversations, great topics that we touched on. I appreciate everybody. If you are new to Democracy 101, please hit that subscribe button. I'm trying to get to 300 subscribers. Thank you so much for getting me to over 200. I really appreciate it. I think I'm at 259 right now. So I'm just, I hope and I pray I can continue this meteoric climb. We are trying to grow this channel within the pro-democracy movement. We believe in fighting back and speaking power, and speaking truth to power. You already see what my avatar is. That's Brother Fred. That's Chairman Fred right there. One of the most iconic political figures in the United States history. Oh man, we gotta fight back. We can't go for little babies being hospitalized by tear gas. We can't go for old men being dragged out of their house in their underwear in freezing conditions. Like, we cannot go for that by masked secret police. Can't go for 16-year-olds being choked to death. Can't do that. That's not the country that I grew up in. And I named the stream this. Where has my country gone? Where has my country gone? All men are created all men are created equal in the eyes of their creator and are endowed with inalienable rights to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. When did that when did that get superseded? And for what purpose? What purpose? Like what? Like, do you didn't think we could get this economic situation under control without terrorizing other human beings? Even if you did think that they were just gonna go after illegal immigrants, which they're not. Even if you just thought that, like you didn't stop to think of the horror that you were causing, of the little boys and little girls who might lose their mothers and fathers, or entire families who would be turned over to the foster system and become wards of the states. You didn't care. You just said F them. You need to anybody that votes for this regime or continues to support this, I think you need to do some personal accounting. But I'm gonna take us out by playing that John Cena clip earlier, because this is the country that I think that we should aspire towards. I think this is the city on the hill that JFK and the founders were talking about. But peace. I love all of you. Thank you so much.
Patriotism. There's a word thrown around a lot. It inspires passionate debate and is worn like a badge of honor, and with good reason, because it means love and devotion for one's country. Love. For a word designed to unite, it can also be pretty divisive. You see, there's more to patriotism than flag seeking with onesies and rodeos and quadruple cheeseburgers. Patriotism is love for a country, not just pride in it. But what really makes up this country of ours? What is it we love? It's more than just a huge rock full of animals like cougars and eagles, right? It's the people. Do me a favor. Close your eyes for a second. I want to try something out. Picture the average U.S. citizen. Think about it. How old are they? What's their hair like? How much can they bench? You got one? Okay. So chances are, the person you're picturing right now looks a little different to the real average American. There are 319 million U.S. citizens. 51% are female. So first off, the average American is a woman. Cool, huh? Is that what you pictured? 54 million are Latino, 40 million senior citizens, 27 million are disabled, 18 million are Asian. That's more people in the U.S. than play football and baseball combined. 9 million are lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, more than the entire amount of people that live in the state of Virginia. Around 10 million are redhead, 5.1 million play ultimate frisbee, and 3.5 million are Muslim. Triple the number of people currently serving in the United States military. Almost half the country belongs to minority groups. People who are lesbian, African American, and bi, and transgender, and Native American, and proud of it. We know that labels don't devalue us, they help define us, keeping us dialed into our cultures and our beliefs and who we are as Americans. After all, what's more American than freedom to celebrate the things that make us, us? I mean, it's stitched into the stars and stripes of this country, from the Constitution to Gettysburg, to our motto, E pluribus unum, from many, one. It's even in our country's name, the United States. This year, patriotism shouldn't just be about pride of country. It should be about love. Love beyond age, disability, sexuality, race, religion, and any other labels. Because the second any of us judge people based on those labels, we're not really being patriotic, are we? So let's try this one more time. Close your eyes. Picture the average Joe or Joan or Juan or Jean-Luc. The real people who make America, America. And this year, whenever you feel the urge to don those star-spangled shorts, set off fireworks the size of my biceps to show love for our country, remember that to love America is to love all Americans. Because love has no labels.